the day that lies ahead of me seemed impossible to face. And when someone else instead of me always seems to know the way, then I look at you and the world's all right with me. I just one look at you and I know it's gonna be a lovely day.
Sunset on the evening season. But she tell me, say she tired of the exploit and the liars. She give them reggae, give them beaches, give them flowers and the ferns. All she got is abuse in return. But I say, don't you worry yourself, mama. Hey, Chronix is here to your help, mama. Ooh, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do for me. And I say, smile. Girl, smile, smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Hey, smile for me, Jamaica. Never you cry, here am I. Girl, I'm here for you, Jamaica. What must I try? Oh, my. That she asks me, and this I want me say. Sweet, sweet Chronix, you forgive them, give them. The one drop beat on a rhythm. Are you give them bob with a different step in? Are you give them bolt, nobody can run left him. Boy, but see ya, they must see things, say you're out of ideas. You give them art and sweet literature. You gonna make the world see the better picture. I said no worry yourself, mama. Chronix is here to your help, mama. Hey, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do. And I said, smile, yeah. me Jamaica, and I said smile, girl smile, wah 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 wah. For me Jamaica, never you cry, here am I, whoa. For me Jamaica, and I said smile, boy, you need it, boy, boy,
holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. voices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees, oh, hear the angel voices, oh, night divine, oh, night when Christ was born, oh, night divine, oh, night divine. Truly he taught us to love one another. His law is love, and his gospel is peace. Slaves celebrate, for the slave is our brother, and in his name all oppression shall cease. Sweet hymns of joy in grateful chorus raise we. Let all within us praise his holy name. Christ is the Lord. Oh, praise his name forever. His power and
mother and child. Holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace.
Listen to the angels, rejoicing e'er so sweetly, receiving heaven's glory, the night that Christ was born. Listen to the angels, rejoicing e'er so sweetly, receiving heaven's glory. The night that Christ was born. Can't you see the people coming from every nation? Coming from every nation, pleading for their salvation. Pleading for salvation. The night that Christ was born. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus.
Listen to the angels, rejoicing and so sweetly, receiving heaven's glory, the night that Christ was born. Can't you see the people coming from every nation, pleading for salvation, the night that Christ was born.
Sing.
The night that Christ
Listen. Oh. Hallelujah.
and my heart be made anew.
Listen.
Listen to the trumpet
Shouting through the darkness.
shouting through the darkness,
Crying, holy, holy.
crying, holy, holy.
The night that Christ was born.
The night that
Let's say it again. Oh, such a wonderful.
and my heart be made anew.
Listen.
Listen to the trumpet shouting through the darkness, crying, holy, holy, holy. The night that Christ was born.
Such a sacrifice. Such a precious gift. And mine.
And my heart be made anew.
Listen.
Listen to the trumpet shouting through the darkness.
Now behold our Savior.
Now behold our Savior.
The night.
The night that Christ was born.
Thank you for giving us your child.
The night that Christ was born.
Born in a manger.
Good morning and welcome to the Morning Connection, coming to you live this Thursday from the Legany Club in beautiful New Kingston, Jamaica. Welcome to those who are online and those who have joined us on air. You know, today is Free Flowing Thursday and we are always so happy to be outdoors. Throughout the week we are in studio. We're just looking at the walls. But this morning it is a bit gray and overcast, but it just looks very moody. Morning, Pastor Percival.
Hi, good morning, Minett.
You want to say plenty. You're fresh back from your day off. Whenever Percy takes a day off, he has to do a full report for the benefit of myself and the listeners. So how was yesterday?
It was good. It was fantastic. It was really fantastic. At an early morning mission, mission accomplished, and then the rest of the day was rather interesting. But I am so, when you see God doing something and you have seen God spoke a prophetic word.
Yes.
And then you see it just be manifest in front of your eyes. It is a wonderful feeling. And like, for people to just, that's what God says.
So let's see it now. You do marriages, you do death, and now you're doing births.
That's true.
Christening.
Yes, it was. It was. And I will hear more about it because we're going to get this person when you see this program. Time come.
This is the prophetic word that you have spoken.
Time has come.
All right,
for us there. But it was fantastic, and just to be there and to hear the staff respond and things. It was good.
You're going to have to be less mysterious when we come back. We're very close to the 6:30 hour. In fact, we are at the 6:30 hour, which is when we take our first break at the morning. Yes, I know, it's ridiculous. You just hear our voice and then we take a break. But I do want to say a special good morning to those back in studio. Engineer Lloyd, all by yourself today. But you know how it is, you're doing a great job. I love the Christmas music. And right here on spot with us, I have a sister in the house. Good morning. I won't call her name. This is like a secret Santa type of thing.
A secret weapon?
A secret weapon, yes. When we return from the break, we'll share with you who our guests are and what we're going to be discussing this morning. But let's just say God is doing a great thing in this country.
And a new thing.
And a new thing, yes.
Brand new.
All right, we're taking our break now. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
We'll be right back.
We're ever ready to assist you before, during, and after a disaster. Hurricanes can happen, so be prepared.
For a better choice in all your electrical supplies, A, authorized 3M dealer and better brand names. B, better service including free island-wide delivery. C, all major credit and debit cards accepted. It's ABC Electrical Sales. Shop number 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10. Open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We make your electrical jobs as easy as ABC. Call 754-3825-8 or fax 754-3659. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice.
Half a tree, 100, half a tree. Bossy, how you do I take taxi star?
Jano, I want to tell you, say, 2 months now, my transmission mash up, and I check everybody and can't hear nothing positive.
Yeah, hear me? You waste all that time I shop around and never call the experts. Winters Auto have them. Them have over 35 years of experience and them diagnose the problem and get back your transmission brand new. For them service excellent and efficient. Trust me, man. Yeah, hear me? Call them at 929-7040 or go to them at 106 Maxfield Avenue, Kingston 13 and talk directly to the boss. Just tell them I'm me, send you.
Wow, you big star. Yeah, man, respect my boss.
Yeah, try calling, cause trust me.
Auto Spares and Repairs, good afternoon.
What a relief.
What should a taxi service do for you? On-Time Taxi Service is more than just a ride to the other side of town. They offer clean and spacious vehicles, reliable service, and promise to always look out for their customers. They'll come when you call and take you where you want to go on time.
Call us at 926-386 66.
We are something special on the road.
Veg Printers for all your printing needs. We specialize in calendars, flyers, brochures, and more. Call us today at 968-7506. That's 968-7506. Or visit us at 4 East Bloomsbury Road, off Hagley Park Road. Veg Printers, your best choice in printing.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Bess100 FM.
A difference you can hear, a difference you can feel.
Bess FM, keep listening.
Joining us on Wednesday mornings at 7:30 when we pray for the nation. Show us you care. Advertise with us. For more information, call our offices.
Welcome back. I also want to say a very special good morning to the staff at the Ligony Club. They're out bright and early. And of course, you know,
of course, Catherine. Hi,
Yeah,
Catherine.
Dear Lord. Pastor, we still have some principles here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just saw my friend. I was telling her hello.
You got excited.
Yeah.
Forgot that
Catherine.
you're wearing a mic. Without the headphones, you might think you're not on air.
Yes, with Catherine and Ligony Club.
Yes, if
Good club.
you have the pleasure of being served in JD's Urban Pub by Miss Catherine, you will experience the best of their service. She really is a fantastic member of staff here. On Thursday mornings, we are hosted by our Ligony Club family. Boy, I tell you, one day off, and Pastor has reverted to nature. Beg you, please turn off your phone, sir. Yes, we are hosted by our Ligony Club family, and you know that the Ligony Club is the single largest sporting facility under one roof in the English-speaking Caribbean. We have 6 squash courts, 8 tennis courts. We now have a pickleball court, and we didn't have to sacrifice any of the tennis courts. A large-size swimming pool, a full-service gymnasium, walking trails, about 38 hotel rooms that are above average in their quality. I think it's above 3 stars, somewhere between a 3 and 4. And what else? Oh, a delightful old English-style pub where you can quietly sip your drink or have a light meal. And the restaurant on property is JD's Urban Pub. This is where I get my corn pork and ackee. And Lowell gets his ackee and saltfish. And what you get, Pastor?
The varies. A good omelette, or
yes,
I get a good what is it? It's cook up saltfish.
The cooked up saltfish.
Or mackerel. Mackerel, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good food.
Oh,
and they have very wonderful
yeah.
fried dumpling when they do it.
Yes. Every Thursday, Pastor try to get fried dumpling from this
club. At the time, it doesn't happen, but we give thanks. Really appreciate the staff.
You do like your fried dumplings.
Yeah.
There is a promotion going on now, actually. There are 2 promotions going on with JD's Urban Pub. One on the 19th of November at 7 p.m. They are celebrating their second birthday.
It's tomorrow?
Otherwise called tomorrow? Or today's the 17th. So it's 2 days away, Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday the 19th.
You know, it actually says Saturday the 19th. On Saturday the 19th, JD's Urban Pub is turning 2.
They're turning 2?
Yes.
I thought they were much older than that, actually.
No, the Del Valle Excellence in Catering is much older than that. I think Jason is second generation chef.
Really
and second generation at Ligony Club too.
Okay.
Because I think when I first joined the club some decades ago, his father was the restaurateur, and now the son is following in some excellent footsteps. They're turning 2, and they are offering free rum punch, Lowell, and free fritters. Not the rum punch, I know it's not you, but those delicious fritters that we had that night.
Fritters? Saltfish fritters?
I don't know if saltfish was in it, but they served it with, there was saltfish in it. I overlooked the saltfish because I was so taken by the crispy, crunchy. It was a great fritter.
You know.
And they're also doing hot wings. Listen, you gotta stop by and celebrate with JD's. They're turning 2. This is a very
and there's terrific tools, your children.
The terrible tools, yeah.
No, not terrible tools. The terrific tools, man. You have to reprogram your mind so the parents go, oh, he's two, and then he's terrible. I said, no, he's terrific.
All the books that put you on guard that are two.
It's terrific too.
The word no is dominant in the vocabulary. Anyway, come lime with us, says Jason. On Saturday, we must pass by. Pastor, let's make a plan to pass by. They entertain us and look after us so well on Thursdays. And that's the first promotion. That is the one where you get free rum punch, fritters, and hot wings. 7 p.m. on Saturday. But as the Americans and I guess the Canadians to celebrate Thanksgiving.
Canadians celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yeah, they have a Thanksgiving thing that they do as well. But we're all very familiar with the American Thanksgiving.
Black Friday.
JD's Urban Pub is serving a graceful Thanksgiving feast this Thanksgiving, Thursday the 24th of November. And just put it on your list of places to go. We'll talk about the amazing menu at another time. I can't talk about this kind of food so early in the morning, honestly.
Makes you hungry?
We need to get a little closer to 10 before we talk about the menu. But suffice it to say, if you are one to celebrate Thanksgiving with the Americans, please remember JD's Urban Pub as you consider your places to go. Thursday, the 24th of November, 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It is by reservations, and they can offer you a takeaway meal.
It's by reservations?
Yes, but it says reserve your table on IG. All right, I'll let you do the food talk.
The food talk.
Yeah, because one thing I'm sure, the way you will describe the food won't be as exciting to me as how I would describe it.
Butter roasted turkey with cranberry sauce.
You see?
Oh, my Lord, Creole shrimp. Brown sugar. What?
Brown sugar.
Brown sugar and Dijon glazed pork loin. Candied mixed potato. You know, that's candied mixed potato. That's it's so good. Oh, no, sir.
You know, I can understand.
Cornbread stuffing.
Oh, you're still going.
3 cheese mac.
Let me tell you, it's like about
vegetable
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 10 things on it.
It's a good price.
It's a good price.
All of those things. It's 3 cheese mac.
So don't look for 3. Don't look for 3 portions. After you get the first one, you say, where are the other 2?
I need to get 2 more. Yes. You said I'm going to get 3 servings of the mac, so you understand.
False advertisement. I want my money back. Okay, so please remember, if you hear us, it's Free Flowing Thursday, where nonsense reigns supreme in some of the chatter. It's true, person. Don't bother look at me like that. On Thursdays, we get crazy. We let down our hair, though you have none.
I don't have no hair, so
and I have very little.
So there's no hair to let down.
Yeah.
So our guest is smiling, and she's looking at us.
We have an audience of 1. We need a studio audience to encourage us. All right, so our guests this morning, we're going to have 2 guests. The SOS Children's Village, that's our favorite. I would say charity, but you know what? The word charity have some overtone sometimes that when you say it don't feel right.
It's our favorite endeavor to help, to facilitate
it is our favorite
endeavor that needs all of
endeavor
our
sounds
help.
very stiff. I'm gonna come up with a word. It's our favorite love.
Okay.
Love gift.
Yeah.
We love to give to the SOS Children's Village. Yeah.
Yes.
So we're gonna have on phone with us Miss Stephanie Lumley.
Okay.
You remember her? The Lumley name is famous because of her chef brother. But she is equally famous with what she is doing in charge of marketing and fundraising and those things for the SOS Children's Village. We are coming up on the celebration of, Child's Awareness Day on the 20th of November.
That's Sunday.
That is Sunday. So because this is our last day to do anything with her before Sunday, she's going to join us online just to talk about some of what is happening, the challenges, and the need for us to be demonstrating more love in action. Not just words of love now, but we need to be giving more to these children who are in this alternative form of care. They're not living with their birth families for one reason or another, and their well-being is in the hands of yours truly and all of UNU.
Yeah, all of us.
Gotta use a local word.
Love,
yeah,
love,
so it's
love.
love in action.
Love is action is about sacrifice.
Yeah.
Love is other people centered. Let me just remind us this morning, as we are on that topic, it's other people centered, and when we think of others, then God brings it back to us. It's like you cast
a boomerang.
Yes, it's a boomerang effect, but you give and the Lord says, okay, I'll restore back to you even more than you gave to that person.
Yeah. Right. So we are going to have first Stephanie Lumley by Zoom. It's a video chat we're gonna have with her.
Okay.
And then drum roll. I know it's gonna sound like nepotism, but please accept from me that it is not. But Miss Makeda Palmer is also gonna be speaking to us. Makeda is no known relative to Minett or to Percy.
Interesting.
Last week we had their sister, who was an admitted relative. This week, Makeda Palmer is a young woman who is now a university student, I think in the engineering faculty at University of Technology. She lived with the SOS at the SOS Children's Village. Yes, and she's going to just share some of her experiences, reflections on what it was like for her to have been nurtured and taken care of by it. Well, you call it state care, but it's really people care, because SOS is one of the voluntary organizations that does not exist on government funding.
You get some help.
So Makeda is going to talk to us after the 8:30 break, and Stephanie is going to talk to us after the 8 o'clock break. And then at 9, we are going to have Prophet Greg of the name of that our organization is so long that I have to take a deep breath. But it is the Ethiopian Church. This is the union of the different houses of the Rastafarian community.
Oh, this is the union of the different mansions. They call them
different
mansions.
Right. Oh,
it's interesting, and I found that so when I did some work on them a long time ago, that they don't refer to it as denominations. They are mansions.
No, they are mansions, because in my father's house are many mansions.
Right, so they have it right.
Yes. I love the fact that they have it right, while we are still out here talking about denominations. Well, not we, you know what I'm saying, because you don't talk about you actually say non-denomination. Do not put me in a box.
Okay.
All right, I think we're under attack. Having spoken so glowingly about the restaurant staff. Yes, but they have to remember us. Right, so we're gonna have Prophet Greg with us for a while.
So what is Prophet we're going to be talking about?
The three of us are going to discuss the mechanism that is in place for reporting on Jamaica's observance of their commitments to the United Nations under the convention that deals with free self-determination by indigenous tribes within a shared territory. And also, it always comes down to looking at some of the impacts of technology, cultural appropriation, economic inclusion in the intellectual property sector as it relates to the Rastafarians, their great contribution to Jamaican culture, and the current conditions under which they exist within our boundaries. The Rastafarians and the Maroons, along with the Africans, are recognized as indigenous tribes of this territory, of Jamaica, the body of land known as Jamaica. Yes. Yes.
I mean, they're not recognized as Jamaicans. Help me. So I can understand the Maroons, Rastafarians, but the Africans, that's us?
That's us, yes.
Okay.
We are recognized as being indigenous. Remember, the truth of the matter is that we were transplants, but after you have lived in a place for a while, you are recognized as having deep-rooted ownership of that place.
Okay, so the Chinese who came here and the Indians would be considered that too?
No, they're not indigenous. They are Jamaicans. Being Jamaican, it's an interesting point you raise. What makes you a Jamaican? What makes you a Jamaican is your birth in this land, under the laws that say if you're born here, you're a Jamaican regardless of your parentage.
Right.
The passport you carry, and all of that flows from the Constitution the covenant which binds us. So those are descriptors. But when you look at your ancestry at the deeper level in terms of your ethnicity, one could look at us and say, go back to Africa.
Right.
Because the type of people that we are, or look, or ethnic construct, places us in Africa. One could look at an Asian-looking person, meaning, you know,
Chinese.
Japanese or Chinese, and say, go back.
India.
One could look at a Mark Golding and say, go back, without reference to his birth, because of how you look.
Right.
One could look at an East Indian and say, go back. So, to avoid that kind of discriminatory treatment, the world, under the construct of the United Nations, which has set itself up as the global compass and conscience, they have recognized that persons who, after a period of time, have deep-seated root in a place can be treated as indigenous to that place, regardless of their ethnic appearance. Does that make sense to you? So let's say then after 1,000 years.
So what period do they use to say that you are the indigenous people to that era? Because we've been here 400 years plus, right?
So we know for sure 400 years qualifies.
Okay.
And the Rastafarians have, but look at it, the Rastafarians have distinguished themselves for over, 130 years?
Yeah, about that.
Yes. So we know 130 years works. But it didn't happen for them immediately. I think it is in the last 2 decades that they were recognized as indigenous.
Yeah, but, okay, so the Rastafarians, because it is a religious point of view in terms of their lifestyle and stuff. But you have Rastafarians who are Chinese and Indian and so on. So they are recognized even though they come from different ethnic stuff.
That's what. So now you've proven your understanding of the concept. So it doesn't matter how you look. If the general descriptor or qualification for being included in the tribe or the group, if you qualify, then you are accorded the rights of that.
But the Chinese, because I'm probing, because the Chinese and the Indians who came here as indentured servants after the end of slavery, which was 1834, they would not be considered indigenous people to this year because they have their own customs and things as you go. Okay.
But listen, but they're Jamaicans. This way of classifying people, and it's for their protection, really, you know.
Okay.
So if you, let's say, the Chinese who came here and have been practicing their own culture and so on, let's say whatever Jamaica represents, or let's say the African majority in Jamaica decided to pass laws or perpetuate practices that sought to shut down the Chinese or the Indians in the practice of their cultural rituals and so on. They could appeal under the UN conventions and be protected because outside of Jamaica, in the world, it is recognized that there are cultural practices that are atypical of the Chinese as an ethnic group.
Okay.
And they are deserving of protection.
Okay. So it
really doesn't matter where they live.
Okay.
If they are being denied that opportunity, they could claim protection at that level. A part of Jamaica's compliance with the United Nations Convention is the amendment of our Constitution to include those fundamental rights and freedoms. Those fundamental rights and freedoms say you cannot discriminate against a person, make laws preventing a person from exercising their freedom of religion, of conscience. You can't separate them from their cultural experiences and practices. It would be discriminatory.
Yeah, because it's interesting that you raise that, because you see what's happening in places like the Chechens in Russia.
Yes.
Yeah, and in China there's a tribal group in that is they're just trying to reorganize them and redoctrinate them. So they would be protected.
They are absolutely. And when you look at the reports that come in about human rights violations by the Chinese and in Eastern Europe, you see those coming to the fore.
The Papua New Guinea people in Indonesia.
Absolutely. That is why. So it's really very interesting that, there are no coincidences in what we do. But last week, we were looking at West Papua New Guinea.
With the different tribes
and the foundation of it was the very convention that we're going to be speaking about with Prophet Greg. This is the convention passed by the UN, which entitles people across the world to self-determination.
Amazing.
And self-determination operates at the individual level. I am free to choose my career, where I want to live, how I want to live my life. And at the state level, state apparatus should be in place to allow me those freedoms and to set the parameters in which I enjoy those freedoms. Not at all different from what we speak about when we say that the good news of Christ is that he gives us freedom. And that freedom allows us to set our course and to practice the principles of the kingdom as laid out for us. And there should be no state apparatus anywhere that prevents us from doing so.
They get into some interesting waters with that, because even as you go around the world, if you were to do a pan, like when you have a camera and you're panning what's happening on the scenes, you see what's happening now in Nigeria with the northern versus the north versus south.
Yes.
One side of it is Muslim, one side of it is Christian. And they just taking a set on the Christians in terms of they have declared jihad.
Yes.
None of you guys are in the place.
Yes. Well,
it's amazing. And then if you remember too what happened with in the Middle Ages with the Holy Wars,
right? The Inquisition
and all of those
Spain and France. So here's an interesting thing, because yesterday I had a discussion. We had a group discussion that was looking at this scripture from the book of Acts chapter 9, when Paul had his Damascus Road experience. And it came up in the discussion that Paul himself was doing no different from the jihadists who are today saying that religion you're practicing is blasphemous and it is death for you, because the wages of sin is always death.
No, but he was doing it, man. And
that's what the Apostle Paul was doing.
Yes.
So when Christians, when the wheel turns and Christians are again under that kind of pressure, because whoever has the strongest arm is going to seek to make their belief be the dominant belief, you just simply have to resource yourself to resist. And as we know, to test a prophet, the one whose word come true is right. So let's see whose word will come true. Because the fact that Paul had his Damascus Road experience does not mean that henceforth everybody else will recognize that Jesus is Lord. People are going to have their own revelation on which way it should go, and they're going to seek to enforce it. So it's always going to come down to me, the better man or woman.
I don't even go into the better man or the better woman win. At the end of the day, because God is sovereign, he will be with it.
The true God will do
what it is. So I find that so fascinating. When people come with arguments and they want to, as you say, strong arm people. I say, remember,
And we say that every day here. We say it to government.
You have to choose.
We say it to the powerful in this nation that, you can flex your muscle up to a time. So Prophet Greg's organization is the Ethio-Africa Diaspora Union Millennium Council. Want to do that again?
No.
It's not like New York.
It's like when you bring a baby for dedication and you see the child with 7 names. And I'm saying, one pick me up so much name.
That's because the parents not sure they'll have another one.
You think so?
It's not so? Lend me a name.
I have baby dedication and son, and I'm going, okay.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3,
7 names
4,
were true?
4 names. So I want to never stop and go to 7.
Oh, I see. You were the one suggesting 7. How many names do you have, Percy?
Just 2.
Percival Palmer?
No, 2.
Oh, you don't count Palmer.
Palmer is not the name. It's a surname. I'm talking about the 1, 2, 3. How many names you have?
3.
So you're Minett. What?
No, I'm Minett Watt Palmer. I count my surname.
Oh, I don't count it.
Well, if you call me by my full name and you leave out my surname, you would not have called me by my full name.
Okay.
So when you
What's
say
in
they
a
have
name?
4 names,
A
you mean they
name.
have 4
names
before the surname?
Before the surname.
So by my counting, it would be 5.
Okay.
No, because I count the surname.
Okay.
Yeah, when they're calling out your name proper, if you go court, they might call out your full name.
What's in a name? A lot is in a name.
Yes. So then when
the
the
name.
people give you the forename. All right, so this name is a big name.
Yes.
Ethio-Africa.
Yes.
Telling you that whilst being Afrocentric, it begins in Ethiopia.
Okay.
So Ethio-Africa,
diaspora,
recognizing the transplant. Union, recognizing the unity of many mansions.
Everybody come in.
Millennium, not sure why millennium.
New millennium. Millennium.
But why? I mean,
Look how many it was.
when you come, you
founded
can tell me.
founded.
Millennium Council, you mean, was it 2000?
Probably.
I don't know.
Millennium.
A good point to take a break. This one is baffling us. We'll be right back. It is now 7 a.m. We take about a 10 minutes break, and then, we'll be right back.
A difference you can hear.
Bess FM, keep listening.
All right, let's see. Spatula, check. Knife, check. Recipe, check. Bottle of Grandma Elsie's sauce, check. All right, but good then. The only thing left to do is decide what to wear with this yellow apron.
What are you doing in here?
Coming like God send you in here. What you think? This shirt with the hat, or you think this one look better?
Seriously, Michael, you go out and not tell me?
I was going to tell you, that my recipe made it to the cook-off.
Watch out!
So, Grandma Elsie sauce did the trick.
Look here, I cannot believe it right. Are you serious?
Me I tell you. So, that's why I want to look the part, real chef.
Okay.
Check out my apron with the logo, Michael Tilapia Specialist. It'll go on, not true?
Look here, some things never change today, you know, say you follow yourself, though. You know, say you follow yourself, though.
If them having celebrity judge, I must ensure I'm up to standard. Don't worry, you will get the first autograph and maybe a selfie for the gram when we win.
Yeah, sure about that, because I was just about to show you my outfit for the cook-off, so think again if you think you alone going there, sir.
Oh,
Sir.
so you're keeping secrets? Me not like how you stay.
I was going to tell you that we have a special date together on November 25 for East Jamaica Day at Devon House, but it never met me finish. It never met me get there.
Well, if you think you're going to beat me now, you have another thing coming because I've been practicing some things for entertain the crowd.
But look at you now. It's cook you're going to cook, not sing. It's not a competition of his singing, sir.
Look here, the smell of the fish alone going to shut down Devon House when crowd draw my spot here. National Fisheries Authority better bring extra fish because all the security are going to sample my winning dish when me finish.
Look here, I'm not listen to you and your tricks and your gimmicks, because I have something special in store. Because when the people let me get around my station, the judges have to give me the winnings because I have the presentation thing locked down pat. Plus a little extra for wash it up. Look here, I'm full of style and fashion and you cannot follow me.
Them are going to need the juice after them finish the fish there because them are going to wonder how you make it to the final round.
You see you?
Don't feel too bad, At least you make it to the top 5. Don't tell nobody you come dead last though.
Look here. Suppose I tell you that I can finally buy you the new phone you wanted with the prize money when I win. Sound like a plan, right?
You know, that's a good idea. Make sure you remember the one you wanted so I can add it to my list because I have to treat my darling out of my winnings.
I cannot believe you. You say me keep secret. Look on you to know.
Well, I believe there's nothing there to stop me when I marinate the tilapia with Grandma Elsie's special sauce for November 25 because Devon House I got locked down at the cook-off. Better them give me my trophy from now.
What that's another bug?
Oh, I printed a junior chef apron for the children and I have a special one for you.
Watch comedian now. Watch jokes now. What wait, watch match my outfit. I look so bad. Anyway, all I know say me I beat you, yeah? Me I beat you.
Yo, my general. Government run gun amnesty, you know. Better you bring in the whole of the strap them, the whole of the shoes them, the matic them. But I see, if you not carrying the thing them now, you know, when the amnesty are done and them catch you with a gun of 15 years to life, you know, brother. Better you take talk, do the right thing and turn it in. A message from the Firearm Licensing Authority of Jamaica, an agency of the Ministry of National Security.
No containers, no mosquito, no dengue. So anywhere there is a breeding site, come make we get rid of them there.
Believe me, people, don't play no fool. It's the only way to be dengue proof. Use repellent and cover up. But just in case you have a high fever with severe headache, pains to nausea, take a paracetamol, drink lots of water. No take no chance, still visit your doctor.
Clear the site, avoid the bite, but just in case, treat it right.
A message from the Ministry of Health, sponsored by the NHF.
No man, watch the pile of rubbish in the public space. People nasty, you know? Hold on there.
Sandra, where you stop for?
Look here, me have to take a picture and send to NSWMA. You never hear about the app where you can use to report illegal dumping and littering?
Now what you say to me?
Yeah man, you can call them or download the app from the Apple or Google Play Store.
Well, me have to go download the app because enough littering me seeing at this town, yeah.
Report littering or illegal dumping in public spaces to the National Solid Waste Management Authority. Call 876-448-3220 or download the NSWMA app to report illegal dumping and littering.
A production of the Jamaica Information Service, the voice of Jamaica.
We're ever ready to assist you before, during, and after a disaster. Hurricanes can happen, so be prepared.
For a better choice in all your electrical supplies, A, authorized 3M dealer and better brand names. B, better service including free island-wide delivery. C, all major credit and debit cards accepted. It's ABC Electrical Sales. Shop number 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10. Open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We make your electrical jobs as easy as ABC. Call 754-382-528 or fax 754-3659. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice.
Seniors, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security is advising that the November 2022 payment under the Social Pension Programme is now available for collection. Check your text messages to confirm your payment arrangements. For further information, call 876-922-8007. The Social Pension Programme, caring for our elderly. A message from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, providing opportunity, stability, and social protection.
For discussions on health and education, inspiring interviews, surprise giveaways, your favorite songs, tune into Bess100 FM this and every Sunday at 11:30 to 12 noon. It's Distinction 411, your weekly college magazine program hosted by James and the Distinction family. Catch you on Sunday.
Half a tree, 100, half a tree. Bossy, how you do I take taxi star?
Jano, I want to tell you, say, 2 months now, my transmission mash up, you know, and me check everybody and can't hear nothing positive.
Yeah, hear me? Yeah, waste all that time I shop around and never call the experts. Winters Auto have them. Them have over 35 years of experience and them diagnose the problem and get back your transmission brand new. For them service excellent and efficient. Trust me, man. Yeah, hear me? Call them at 929-7040 or go to them at 106 Maxfield Avenue, Kingston 13 and talk directly to the boss. Just tell them I'm me, send you.
Wow, you big star. Yeah, man, respect my boss.
Yeah, try and call, you know, cause trust me.
Waiters, Auto Spares and Repairs, good afternoon.
Ah, what a relief.
What should a taxi service do for you? On-Time Taxi Service is more than just a ride to the other side of town. They offer clean and spacious vehicles, reliable service, and promise to always look out for their customers. They'll come when you call and take you where you want to go on time.
From anywhere at all, you can call us at 926-38
66. We are something special on the road.
Veg Print is for all your printing needs. We specialize in calendars, flyers, brochures, and more. Call us today at 968-7506. That's 968-7506. Or visit us at 4 East Bloomsbury Road, off Hagley Park Road. Veg Printers, your best choice in printing.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Bess100 FM.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats. Best.
Welcome back. Oh, that was such a long break. I almost forgot why I was here. I thought I was at the club for breakfast. But we are pleased to be here. I know. It is free-flowing Thursday. Producer. It was a long break, wasn't it?
It always is a long
10
break
minutes.
at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, so you have to
We
just
have a longer break at 8
re-energize yourself. All right, so before our guests begin to come in.
To roll in.
Yes. You weren't here with us yesterday, so I just want to circle one or two things.
You want to circle?
Yes,
you
yes.
want to bring them back to the fore.
Bring them back to the fore. A big, well,
about the state of emergencies that were declared.
Yes.
I was listening to you. Where was it?
The reception?
It was wonderful.
Ah.
So
where were you? Do tell.
I was in central Jamaica.
No, that sounds...
Central Jamaica, Clarendon, Manchester.
All of Clarendon? All of Manchester? That's where you were yesterday?
I did a good portion, but in terms of driving, the reception was good. But I ended up in central Jamaica, in the town of Minett.
Yeah.
But it was good.
So is it that you're not allowed to mention the glorious
not yet,
place where you were? That's it?
Yeah, we soon talk about it.
Okay.
Because
no, I just want to know so I don't keep
pressing me,
trying to pull you out. But yes, we did talk about the state of emergency and the focus of our prayer yesterday and the reflections. You heard that too?
No, when you were praying, I was in prayer.
Okay. You were also praying.
Yes.
Yes, but there is a great need to rally the country around a consensus as to how we move forward. That's a very general top-level statement, but
I heard a lot of people saying that who called in, yeah.
Yeah, when the Prime Minister, very carefully, and I noticed that he emphasized that it is the Governor General.
The Governor General. But on the Governor General on advice of the government. That's how it works. So we don't get into that.
Yes, but it's funny that he emphasized it at a time when some people are making heavy weather of the fact that Jamaica is not independent and that the Queen's or the King's representative is the one with the power.
Are we going back to 1865?
And you know that came up on Tuesday,
about
the rebellion,
yeah,
how the government was, treating the protest with a certain amount of disdain. That kind of disdain could only inflame senses, as it did in the past. Nonetheless, we're happy that a conversation.
And I heard you talking about these 300 intelligence package. So that's what those people are.
Intelligence package.
Okay. But why they don't move on then? That's the question I'm asking. If the government, I keep saying to myself, you have the power to do what you must do, taking into consideration people's rights, fundamental rights and things.
Yes.
But you have the power to do it. And I keep telling people, if we are serious about fixing crime, which is what the Brigadier General spoke about, why they need this
state of emergency.
We can fix it. I tell people all the time, and I want somebody to tell me this is not so. The Minister of Defense is Percival Palmer, correct?
Absolutely.
Yes. So if the Minister of Defense is Percival Palmer, that means everything that has to do with defense of the country, national security and so on. And crime is a national security issue.
Yes.
So Percival Palmer having this information at his fingertip and say, okay guys, I'm coming out of the picture. You do what you must do according to the law. So what is preventing you who is the minister of national security, or who is the police chief, or you are a lady, do it. Because all of those people are a part of the National Defense Council.
Yes, and they have authority, they have resources.
To do what you must do.
And yeah, they have the coverage of law. So yes, I'm glad you remember the 300 intelligence packages.
I'm a package now.
Yeah, it is. But you know, you have to dehumanize before you can destroy.
Okay, that's a plan.
And that's what I see.
Yeah.
I see when you reduce persons to numbers and packages, and it's very easy to just lose the package, or the package fell, or the package burned up.
There's no. So but remember,
what happened to that package? Did you deliver that package?
Or when you watch the movie, the sci-fi movie, taken care of.
Yes. Oh.
You send a man to okay.
Yeah.
Matter
eliminated.
So.
That problem has been eliminated.
That problem.
That package has been
delivered.
Right. But you're right. What came out of it from me, and I'm waiting to see the regulations to see how they're crafted, just to understand what power it is that the government wants to exercise, which it can't do under normal operating conditions, with regards to these 300 packages.
Yeah.
What is it they want to do?
But follow a pattern for our trend, you know.
Yes.
First, you take away the humanity of people. You take away their civil rights and dignity, because this is the problem, which is what happened in the pandemic.
Yes.
And the person said, but you can do it a different way. And those people were labeled whatever label.
False prophets and pseudo academics. What was the other word? I forgot. Pseudo intellectuals.
Yeah. And they went at them because the establishment said this, it was so, and people says, but really, this is not science. What are the facts saying? And now, say take away people's rights and you develop what I call a herd mentality.
Yeah, man, you numb them to the reality of what you're doing. No, we don't care. Right, this morning in today's edition of The Gleaner, the Minister for National Security is himself saying that in crime, there is a normalization of homicide, which I don't think is right, he says. He too is referring to the fact that each level of horror that we rise to, becomes normal, and then we have to rise to, if you want to give shock and awe, you think killing 10 people bad? Let me make that 20. And it just keeps rising to now we're at 1,300 odd Jamaicans in the ground, and as Lowell is emphasizing, that's only what's been reported. Many more dead, missing, not accounted for, that are not taken into account right now. Anyway, it is interesting to see the Minister of National Security saying that they are not going to use back-to-back states of emergency.
So 14 days will take
14 days
will take care of those 300 intelligence packages.
Well, it seemed to me that depending on how well set they are, 3 or 4 days would do it. Because, I mean, surely you're sending out your surgical teams under the 14-day cover because they want enhanced powers of search and arrest.
Yeah. We're not making light of it, but we have to be so careful of what we do. Don't use a hammer
to kill the fly.
But we did it in the pandemic.
Yeah, and the PM said that's not the way to go.
Yeah, but have they learned? That's the question. Have they learned? Because you see, when you are stuck into a pattern of being, of thinking, if somebody comes here and says, can you try this way? No, you've done it. But if you keep doing the same thing and you keep getting the same results, and I think in terms of the crime situation over the last 3 decades, we have done it. It started it started in the 70s with the suppression of crime.
Yeah.
And how we dealt with that. And so what happened to the police force and to the military, they became used to operate a certain way, not remembering, hello, people have rights,
But listen, Percy, yesterday, a lot of conversations took place. You see how I have gentler tone written on mine?
Yes.
Okay, some of the conversations got testy.
Testy?
Yes. As persons called in, highlighting the problem.
I heard some new voices yesterday.
Yeah, we're asking about the other show.
The other show.
Yes, the new voices, they came out of the woodwork to say, what happened to the other show? But some of the conversations got testy because as persons recited, this is the problem, this is the problem.
And you said, what is the solution?
Your standing was pressing for the solution.
What is the solution? I heard that.
Yes, and to the credit of 1 or 2 persons, they took time to reflect. And they came back.
Say, you never know, so we never think about it. I heard that conversation with
Enlightened.
Enlightened, yes.
And good morning to you, Mr. Enlightened. But we eventually got to the point that, and I know what is perplexing us. We all want to see it turn in our lifetime. And there are no quick fixes. Do you know, even when God intervenes supernaturally, because he knows more and he understands what we need to stay on a righteous path, he does not do the kind of reversal that Jamaicans are looking for. We would like, tomorrow morning, everybody wake up an angel. Guns are put away. Everybody who have a bad thought, man have to work for him salvation. Sure, there will be
with fear and trembling. Work out your salvation.
Work it out with fear and trembling.
And you got to do that.
You will have the occasional situation where
you just have to intervene.
The gun will jam and he might try to kill a righteous man and nothing will happen.
He will have to do that in some instances.
And he will intervene in those instances so it becomes a testimony and man will remember.
And God will be glorified.
That he's still here and he will be glorified.
But in the main part though, you see, because of how we are, in terms of how God does his thing,
yes,
you got to change. You have to take decisions daily that will change your behavior because he knows. It's like if you're having a ship going and you make a sudden turn, you know what will happen to the ship?
Or the boat that's behind it.
Yes, not the boat, but what will happen?
With the backwash.
Yeah, the backwash, but what happened to it? If you're going and you make a sudden shift, it will break the boat. It will break it. Yes. And he recognizes that. So in some of the time, most times he don't do that and say, you need to come.
You have to participate in making the change and being the change. So when we speak like this, we're saying it is a difficult problem. It requires multiple approaches, working at different levels, mostly working on the heart of man and the social interventions that are needed. But the social interventions that are purely based in man's good thinking and man's judgment about what is right, it will come to naught.
Comes to naught.
It's unsustainable.
Unless you change your heart, repent.
And return to the ways that God laid down for us to follow, keeping that love for him at the center of our being,
which becomes the love for our brother and our sister.
It's unsustainable.
Yeah.
It's unsustainable.
You see, because the whole thing of repentance is a change of mindset. If there's a change of mindset, what results is a change of behavior. So that is why, even in the church, today we have a serious problem in terms of what I call real discipleship. You know, that is a major concern.
Yeah.
Because Jesus says, if you're going to
follow him,
you have to take up your cross daily. He never say, you take it up once a week. Take up your cross daily.
Or you could just burn it up and
leave it there. No, take up your cross daily. Daily follow me. Because it is that kind of a walk. And so it will be in terms of the structures of our society. If we begin to truly repent of the folly and the foolishness that we've done as a nation, beginning with our leaders, and every day we set a course that says, this will happen on a daily, this is how we expect you to be, then you'll begin to see the change.
Yeah. You have to fight for the territory that you want to reclaim.
The enemy not giving it up enough. Because you come out of it, it says, nature abhors a vacuum. So something ain't going and fill it.
Something worse.
Yeah. So even what we're seeing in terms of a lot of communities where law and order has broken down and there's a different system that has come in to ensure that there's order.
All right. Now, that's the foundation.
Yeah.
When you look at what's manifesting in the society, we're seeing now how when that's not happening, something else happened. JUTC. The headline this morning is JUTC fuel crooks.
Oh, fuel crooks.
Now, here's a precedent. A precedent has been set. Dr. Thelwell uncovered wrongdoing in his organization, reported it, started to deal with it, they fired him.
They fired him for why?
Oh, Dr. Thelwell?
Yeah, remember
because they said the buck stops with the managing director, the head of the stream.
No, but I am find it and uncover it.
Right. Here's what's happening now. Managing Director Paul Abrams has charged that it is the employees of JUTC who are plundering the state-run entity's supplies, siphoning off fuel by hatching elaborate schemes.
To fire him then?
Are we going to see the end of Paul Abrams' leadership?
No.
Because he has been in charge, and he has been in charge of that organization since they took power from the PNP administration, and it has gone from 0 to minus to minus to the point now where the headline is JUTC fuel crooks, and confessing here that it's their own employees. Of course, many of us knew that it had to be from the inside.
You want to relate a story to you? This is something really that happened to me.
Yes.
In a job that I previously held, I worked with a company. And when I got the job, the boss looked at me and said, my dear brother, I was in the warehousing position, and he says, you see that those losses that we're having, this is why I employ you. The first thing that came to me when I examined the situation, there was no order. See that word order? That's why when God created, he created order first. Everything in its right place. Yeah, so I do that. So we bring order. At the end of the year, when he said, oh my Lord, can't believe this.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Because before he was writing off, and this is in the 90s, 2-3 million Jamaican dollars a year. They can't account for what was happening in raw materials and finished goods. But guess what happened afterwards? I noticed a phenomenon happening. I look at my finished goods ledger, and I notice then everything was like pallets.
Yeah.
If you check it back, it's a pallet of stuff.
Missing.
He said, no, Father. So when those things happen, we go back to Father and say, no, man, I need some Solomon wisdom and understanding and an intervention to help me. Then something. You know what happened? I'm sitting in my office and I get a call. What is the call that I get? Mr. Palmer, you get a cut? You get a cut? I say, me get a cut. You know what happened?
A haircut?
No, I said, no, man. He said, get a cut. Guess what that happened? it seemed
after you organized the warehouse, the thievery got organized too.
Yes.
And now them have a distribution chain. Yes. And you're supposed to be in it.
Yes, God, this could not be happening. You must know about it.
Yes. So does that mean your predecessor in office would have been in it? You think?
I won't even know, sister. Leave it at that.
Okay.
But I just deal with it. So I said, okay, brethren, and him tell me everything. You know what had happened? Him see something going down, and him expect to get film cut, and he not get no cut. So he became upset.
So this is someone who was what? Senior to you?
No, man. Somebody was a sideman for one truck.
Oh!
I don't think I make up these stories, you know? It must be. So him just was not at all pleased, and he called me.
So that's your first whistleblower experience then? Sideman blow the whistle.
My sideman said no. So we went and we did with the security, and him tell me the full thing. So I went with the security chief, which was external to the organization, and I did it. I tell you something, you know, in a week, we went to the authorities and told them, I just saw some on my regular truck. I said, boy, them gone out of here.
So you fired them?
I never fired them, fired themselves. They fired themselves.
Exit the stage.
But you know,
sometimes you're fortunate and that happens.
They exit the stage because they knew and the evidence had emerged. But guess what? It was somebody on the inside who was a leader of the gang.
Wow. Well, so that seems to be the situation with the JUTC, which is right. But when you were talking about imposing order on the chaos, it struck me that it is a similar, that principle applies to what's happening in Jamaica now.
Everything.
If you impose order, you don't even need to catch the crooks because they will exit the stage.
Yeah.
Good time to take our break? All right, thank you. Please stay with us. It's the 7:30 break for the morning. We'll be right back.
A difference you can hear.
Bess FM. Keep listening.
Do we love Jamaica? Do we love our children? If we must grow up in Jamaica, if we must grow up in the island of land, wood, and water, we must promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to serve diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race.
We're ever ready to assist you before, during, and after a disaster. Hurricanes can happen, so be prepared.
Goodness mercy, it's me again, Lord. Your restorer, your game changer. Join me every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Bess FM-100. It's Apostle Clive Campbell, a.k.a. the Khaki Suit Man, coming to you from 8 to 12 Orange Street, also Richmond District, Mandeville. Embrace the change.
For a better choice in all your electrical supplies, A, authorized 3M dealer and better brand names. B, better service including free island-wide delivery. C, all major credit and debit cards accepted. It's ABC Electrical Sales, shop number 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10. Open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We make your electrical jobs as easy as ABC. Call 754-382-528 or fax 754-3659. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice.
It's the Faith in Action Hour on Bess FM-100 every Saturday from 4 to 5 p.m. with your host, Bishop Stephen Harper. Don't you forget it, every Saturday, 4 to 5 p.m. on Bess FM-100, sponsored by Music Town Entertainment and Valwell's Juice. Faith in Action Hour every Saturday, 4 to 5 p.m. on Bess FM.
Seniors, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security is advising that the November 2022 payment under the Social Pension Program is now available for collection. Check your text messages to confirm your payment arrangements. For further information, call 876-922-8007. The Social Pension Program, caring for our elderly. A message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, providing opportunity, stability, and social protection.
What should a taxi service do for you? On-Time Taxi Service is more than just a ride to the other side of town. They offer clean and spacious vehicles, reliable service, and promise to always look out for their customers. They'll come when you call and take you where you want to go on time.
From anywhere at all. You can call us at 926-3866.
We are something special on the road.
Vejan Printers for all your printing needs. We specialize in calendars, flyers, brochures, and more. Call us today at 968-7506. That's 968-7506. Or visit us at 4 East Bloomsbury Road, off Hagley Park Road. Vejan Printers, your best choice in printing.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Bess100 FM.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats.
She does?
That's what he said.
Hey.
Welcome back.
So that elaborate scheme, it just speaks to the ingenuity of Jamaicans. And if we can shift it from what Mr. Abrams has described to...
All right, so we need to share what the elaborate scheme
is. Because I was telling you about mine, and I'm saying it does blow my mind. And that was what you call divine intervention.
Mm-hmm. But it is the leadership that you offered which made the difference.
Yes.
And the JUTC is a case study of how leadership can make a difference. I remember when Colin Campbell was in charge of JUTC, and JUTC seemed like a pretty decent operation under his hands, you know, making inroads. I just remember some of the promotions that they did, the service offering was looking up. And then, of course, as frequently happens, government change. And even though the management was effective, management changed too. So I would say to Mr. Abrahams, he should look out for the same kind of treatment that Dr. Thelwell got. It doesn't matter that he has uncovered all these ingenious ways that fuel was being stolen. He is the lead, the head. What is it now? What you're gonna head honcho. He is the managing director. The buck stops with him.
Let's stop a moment.
He should be held accountable.
He must be held accountable. There's no question about that. But the question that I'm asking, we heard that Dr. Thelwell was fired. And now it emerges Dr. Thelwell go there and pick up on the chicanery. And because of the chicanery, that's how we call it. And as a result of it, and he was doing something about it, them fire him.
And under the theory that the buck must stop with the leader. So let's see because if Mr. Abrahams is going to hold the buck on his desk and carry it home.
Jesus have mercy.
That
and the other thing too, and I don't want to harp on it. Mr. Thelwell is my color. Mr. Abrahams is not my color.
Oh, you're gone into the Warmington zone.
Yes, man. Warmington zone it is called. Because whether we like it or not, you know.
Lord have mercy.
The Warmington
Percival,
zone.
That one day off, just change up how you see and say things.
Warmington zone, you call it.
Yes, because there are some Jamaicans, as you know, who feel that Mr. Warmington spoke his mind, and what was on his mind is very much on the minds of many others. Can a white man lead this country?
Lead it 2 times.
Whether he is a born Jamaican or he is of another stripe, should a white man lead this country? Do people consider that in making their choices at the polls?
I don't think
I can remember a time when it seemed relevant to me. When I looked at, but you see, it wasn't so much the color of the man's skin, but it was what it represented in terms of the demographics and the economic realities. The people who looked a darker shade of brown were discriminated against, landless, undereducated, generally taken as dogs' bodies. You know what that is?
No, you need to explain for this.
The ones you kick, the ones you abuse and use and dispose of.
Oh, that's what they're called,
Yeah.
dogs' bodies. Oh,
Yeah, because, you know, they say kick the dog.
Oh, kick the,
Yeah.
okay, kick the dog.
You know what flows down.
Yes.
So,
okay.
and when you get horrors up here, you go home and you
kick the
abuse.
dog. You kick the
Yeah,
dog. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Somebody end up kicking the dog.
You don't know.
Yeah, if the man goes home, abuse the wife abuse the children kick the dog.
Oh,
or
gee.
whichever way it
flows,
goes, but
yeah.
misery flows towards the lowest animal on the food chain. So there was a time when you looked at Jamaica and you saw that everything that spoke to excellence, authority, and power was held in the hands of a certain class of people, and them skin tone was the same. It was very much like that. I can recall.
The banks.
Yes. I remember when they said, if you're like my color, nobody say you want to go be an air hostess.
Or go work in the bank.
Or you want to work in the bank at the front line.
It's a long time. It's a long way we have come in this country, you know, man.
So during that time, it was very important to see leaders emerging in business, in politics, in even in the churches. You wanted to see somebody that looked like you standing in front of you. No,
and that was important.
It was very important.
Self-esteem, self-confidence. But I think Jamaicans have moved beyond that.
I think we have. I believe that we have.
Right.
And that's why when Mr. Warmington went into that zone, I said, not in Jamaica of 2022.
It would work. But to remember,
that's not a place you want to be in
it's
Jamaica.
It's a bag of tricks, you know. Because remember, you know, don't forget this, that what happened in the 90s when Mr. Patterson was Prime Minister.
Yes.
Mr. Siaga went on the stage and took up a...
What did he take up?
I
don't remember.
They are banned now.
Oh, the black plastic bag?
Yes.
The scandal bag?
Yes. And that is what he represents. You remember those famous statements on the political hostings.
Do you know that I never did understand, I wasn't tracking things like that then. I wasn't even aware that that's how the scandal bag came in.
Yes, I took up. And this is, we could find it on his statement. This is what, yes. And when scandals was a big thing.
Oh, black scandal.
Bag, yes, man.
Also, Warmington is just walking in the path
yes,
already
man, but
laid
in
by
reverse it,
his forebears.
But I would like it or not, that is what it is. So it's the same bag of tricks because it is said in the political hostings. All I may tell?
Who are you asking? Somebody off camera?
No, may I ask you, is it, do you think, what you think?
That what?
The connection made between Warmington Zone and what happened previously. Yes.
No, they've all been saying it. The truth is, it can be said truthfully and with good effect that when the PNP wanted to focus on nationalist sentiment, it said my leader Barnia. It wasn't talking about color because the leader was not looking off this color.
No, it was not.
The leader was waving a passport.
Yes.
Then when the PNP again wanted to, well, I guess
they demonized Mr. Siaga
yes,
because of his color.
Because of his color.
Yes.
And
he responded.
And the JLP in turn has always, I think, flaunted the fact that they are well-heeled, experienced in managing money, and big economy was their play field. And a part of that boast was the color of, look who we are.
Yes.
And it was like you could become an honorary red, brown, white by joining the party.
Okay.
So they became known as capitalist, and the PNP became known as socialist, favoring black poor people, and one gave opportunities to rich brown people so they could create wealth at the top and it trickled down to the bottom.
And that doesn't work anywhere in the world, even in the white.
Even in the white world.
Yes, it don't work at all.
Not enough trickles down. And as we know, the body fluids that move downward are not the ones that you want to take home.
Aye, my dear.
That's why they kick the dog.
That's why I believe so much in my God. In terms of what He said out and how we must deal with it.
Yeah.
Think about it. These isms and schisms are man schemes. Capitalism, socialism, communism, the isms and the schisms. I've tried to put a spin on stuff without really considering the heart of the matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we are not saying that having wealth or money is not a good thing, no, it's important. But then somebody has said the love of money is the root of all of the things that we are doing to each other. Money is a wonderful thing because it answers all things. But when it becomes the thing that drives and motivates you, then your father is saying, no. The only thing that you are thinking in terms of what you're doing, it's money. It's not getting you. So even when you just examining the systems that there, in communism, there's corruption. In socialism, there's corruption. In capitalism, there's corruption. Because who running those systems? Good old me and you, man.
Yep.
And
we
if
are
we had
always
no change, man. If we had no change it.
Without the renewed mind, our choices are suspect.
Yes, man.
Yeah. And we tend to, everywhere you see, so we see what's happening with JUTC and the fact that the leadership should be held accountable for all that has happened over the last, 7 or 8 years, maybe even as much as 11 years, 7 or 8, from 2007. Yeah. Then you remember I was taking Damian Crawford to task for that poorly thought out suggestion he made concerning addressing violence in schools, wanting to associate path with parent involvement and applying some penalty where the parents are not as responsive as they should be. You and I were in a slight disagreement about the effectiveness of that kind of approach. Then he had a suggestion too about cameras in the schools where you're now sort of, I would say, normalizing the children to some breach of privacy.
Our big brother watching you.
Our big brother watching.
That's what
which
it is.
Some of that is inevitable,
Yeah,
but you have to be careful how you apply those approaches. I didn't give it full treatment on air, but I think I said enough for persons to realize that the suggestions we come up with, the proposals that we make to address problems, should not create
another set of
problems, like the medications that give you so many side effects that you might as well stick with your original illness.
Yeah, it is a joke.
Well, I've heard some of the side effects.
But you have nausea and vomiting and
may even cause death.
But you talk to your doctor.
Yes.
So.
When you hear it, you say, all right, that medication is best left alone. The acting director of safety and security in schools, Richard Troop, is being quoted as having said that schools should avoid review. The Ministry of Education should review its expulsion and suspension policy to limit the risk of sanctioned students being vulnerable to gang recruitment.
Makes sense.
So now, but this is the side effect. You're sending your child to school and your child is a good picnic that just need to be in a place of learning. And your child is existing under the terror of some students who really, while they must get an education, should not get it in an environment where they disrupt and injure others. It's the age-old problem, of balancing the rights of one against the rights of another.
That's correct. It's a real thing, though, the bullying thing.
Of course.
And been
those
to a boys'
children.
school and they,
And were you bullied, or I know you wouldn't be a bully?
No, them could have never bullied me.
But you saw it?
Yeah, man. You see, and I tell people, the problems have remained. I remember, because I went to school in the 70s, that man carry gun come school. So the thing of guns and encourage, it's not a new phenomenon. How long that was? Over 40 odd years, sir?
When you went to school?
Yeah, high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time.
That's a long time.
Yeah. So
you're looking good, Percy.
Yeah, man. Let's thank Miss Michelle.
The blessings of God.
No, thank Miss Michelle.
In the form of the wife.
Miss
All
Michelle.
right. Still the blessings of God.
Yeah, man. So,
yeah.
But that is not a new phenomenon. It's even more widespread now because it's readily available. But the whole thing of gangs in school and all of that giving you problems is a real issue that people have to be working with. But he has raised a very important point. How you balance that? You go to school.
Well, the other important point he raised, he says, instead of removing students from schools and sending them home to be indolent, he argued that they should be
directed. That's another term for lazy.
Yes.
He was say indolent.
It's such a nice old-fashioned word.
Indolent. Being lazy.
They should be directed to restorative justice centers and integrated into structured programs. But what of their education?
The education is happening. Program? The education is happening at the same time. I think that's what he's saying.
In the restorative justice centers?
But the question is now, can the restorative justice center deal with the avalanche that's beginning to happen?
So here it's not so much a critique of his suggestion. Mm-hmm. It's more to look at the issue that he has raised and consider what are the appropriate interventions
that need to be done.
A lot of times students have challenges in the home, in the environment, sometimes in the same school, that cause them to act out and be a terror to others. And if you intervene at the right point, at the early stage, the child can remain in school to get what looks like a normal education.
Yeah, and I agree with them 100%, because being intimately involved with a lot of schools, and somebody says, you see that young man there or that young lady, they need some intervention. And I've seen turnaround. Mm-hmm. Some of them was just the intervention.
Some of the children are being molested.
All different
and it's a cry for help.
Yeah. So you see a lot of things happening. So let us not see it and we just write them off. Let's begin to do it. But it's a timely call.
It's a timely call that he's making.
It's a sheer volume of challenges that our young people are having as a result of coming out of this lockdown for 2 years. I did a focus group just this week with a group of persons, and they said to me, sir, you know what, being at your yard for 2 years mean?
Let me finish and give credit to Mr. Troop's suggestion. Yes, he says, I think as a school community, as a Ministry of Education, there's also a role for us to play to ensure that if a child is separated justifiably from his or her school, and that child's education is considered for another institution, that child's education is considered for another institution, and we provide support to that child's family during that transition. A lot of that, but the overall point he's making is so solid. Help them and help their family, because they exist in an environment. Sometimes we are trying to fix a problem out of context. Mm-hmm. And we miss the whole mark. This comment that he has made exemplifies the heart of what we are seeking to bring.
You want to bring him on the program?
Absolutely, if you can catch him.
Yeah, man. Richard, I know Richard. Richard used to work in the inner city, working in an organization was called Help. I don't remember what it was, on Marcus Cal. That's why I know him. So if somebody know him, I talk about. You know, when you know what you know, you can make. And you've been in the field, you know what you know, so you can speak to it.
Well, so listen now. Dr. Herbert Gale was a part of whatever panel they were contributing to. And he gave some data from London showing that 80% of suspended or expelled students got into conflict as a consequence. He said, London reviewed its expulsion policy 20 years ago. I don't know what.
20 years ago.
20 years ago, London was looking at what we're looking at today.
And then put on top of what was and the truth is,
I don't know if he's saying we're way behind or we've just got there.
The fact is we are looking at it. The fact is that we are looking at it, is room for commendation
But
for
you know,
them.
I was laughing at the 20 years ago comment, but the truth of it is, this in a global community, we're always looking to see what our neighbors are doing. So when you see the white man review his policy, of which I'm sure a lot of black children in London were the victims.
Sister,
yes.
You know have to tell me.
Okay. Then we not should down here, since we love look at London, we not should have said, look what London doing, let's make a change.
You have to tell me. I can't call on a brethren of mine who was a principal
in a school in London.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Same thing, because there's a problem there, and there's a problem with children of a certain ethnicity.
Yes.
Not only in London, but in Canada too. In terms of what they do with because you're black, you're not supposed to know anything. You can't do well, because even they stigmatize them that way, you know.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, with the world taking on that global community characteristic, that's the benefit that I found in it, that I could take an issue that I am looking at today and look across the world and see how are other persons treating with it, and begin to make my adaptations from where I am. Why aren't we doing more of that? Or maybe I should just say, we need to do more of that. Just learn from, because, you know, at the end of the day, the human experience is just one big story.
It's one experience. But they live in Africa or wherever.
Whatever color you might be and so on.
That's why I love being a Christian.
Say that again and explain.
That's why I love being a Christian.
Yes, what about this topic?
Because
are you retreating into a familiar happy place?
No.
Let me go to my happy place.
No.
I suck my thumb and feel my blanket.
I am so glad that the message of the kingdom speaks to the human experience. There is neither Greek,
and it liberated you.
And it's liberating.
Yeah.
There's neither Jew nor Greek, Gentile, whatever. We're all one in Christ. What a liberation we have, a freedom to become all the best at what we can be. That is in Galatians.
Well, let me tell you, if I didn't, if I didn't experience an encounter with God, I would have made my own, because I know for sure I was not going to be subject to the bondage of what we do in this realm.
Yeah.
From the earliest stuff memory that I have, I just always look at the world in a particular way, and had the conviction that I was not meant to be bound by the things that are set out there to restrict you, to contain you. And you know, like I see it in my son, if you say to him, girls should do this and boys do that.
So why?
He wants to know, why can't I do that? But I like that. There's no boundary that you can impose without rational justification.
Aye.
I tell you, I mean, DNA is real.
Tell me about it.
It is real. So for those who find themselves, you know, kicking at the pricks or chafing, just know that there is a gospel, meaning good news
of a kingdom.
There is good news of a kingdom that can give you the opportunity to develop yourself in the direction that you want to, and for you to coexist peacefully with other men.
And ladies.
And ladies. Men is the genus, the type, humanity. But these days, every time you say men, you have to think, and ladies.
Yeah,
or if you say ladies, you have to say, and gentlemen, because you don't ever want to be presumed to be excluding anyone.
You know, I tell you.
What?
If I say to you, smile, it is good for you.
Yes.
I'm meeting you for the first time, and your face is made up, like you're vexed, and I say, put a smile on your face, no? It's a better thing for you to do.
And I say, who are you to set a standard for my behavior?
Yes.
Is that what happened to you?
No, I just had an encounter with somebody.
And is that how they responded?
Yes, yeah, and I said, you know, smiling is healthy for you. So if I said that to a male, would I be sexist? Or if I said it to a female, would I be sexist?
I don't know sexism come into that. I would just say a farce.
To say that you must smile?
And you're presumptuous.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say, you know what's going on inside of me? You think this is a smiling moment? If I tell you what is happening in my life now, you would sit and cry with me.
Oh, and I pray for you. I'm just asking that question.
I'm being cheeky.
No, but cheeky in the right way.
I'm being cheeky.
You're being cheeky?
Yes, but you know...
Smiling on candid camera.
But you know, a lot of Christians presume that because their good news is so riveting and delightful to them, that it is good news to everybody else. And so without testing the waters or reading the room, they go in radiating good cheer when they should be going in travailing and they should be mourning with you.
Oh my Lord! You don't have to come up to the break. Oh my Lord!
It's true. Let me look for some support off camera. Isn't it true? Some Christians, because their good news is so riveting and fulfilling for them, they assume that it is so for everybody, and they go about radiating cheer and calling you to celebrate, give God the glory. When if they were reading the room they would come in, they would be bringing in the anointing oil and some rags to wipe your tears and some bandages to bind up your wounds. Pastor is one of them. Gone into the room, gone tell the lady to smile. Was it a lady or a man? Me know a lady, because you're more cautious than to go tell a man to smile.
I said, Brad, you know your face dropped down, so what happened? Yeah. Somebody teeth your white fold, you ever heard that expression as you go into the break?
Yes, I've heard it, but isn't it an Obia expression?
If then teeth your white fold?
Because your white fold is to go and make a sacrifice.
No, the white. The white fold was a special one.
Yeah, to go make a sacrifice.
And that's what it was used for in the country. Well, I thought if you have common fold, all of them brown and thing, but the white fold was one.
But they're all for a purpose, and they're going to eat them. They're all the fowler raised up. All right, we're going to return in a short while, please.
No, sir.
A difference you can hear.
Bess FM. Keep listening.
BBC News. Hello, this is Jerry Smith. Russia has again attacked cities and critical infrastructure across Ukraine, including eastern gas fields. Ukraine recently restarted drilling for gas in territories liberated from Russian forces. Catherine Bierahanga reports.
This is the second time in less than a week that Ukraine has come under a widespread attack by Russia. Several missiles hit two infrastructure facilities in the south-central city of Dnipro. A video shared by Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky on the Telegram messaging app shows a strike close to a road in Dnipro and a ball of orange flames that follows. Here in the capital, the local military administration claims a number of missiles and two armed Shahed drones were shot down over Kyiv.
The deal, allowing for the export of Ukrainian grain and fertilizer across the Black Sea, has been extended for 4 months. It's been welcomed by the two mediators involved, Turkey and the UN. Myanmar's military government is releasing nearly 6,000 prisoners to mark the country's National Day. Well-known opposition figures have been freed. Celia Hatton reports.
The noted pro-democracy campaigner, Mia Ai, waved to supporters after almost 2 years in prison, telling them he would always be with the people of Myanmar, though thousands of others remain behind bars. The former British ambassador, Vicky Bowman, and an Australian economic advisor, Sean Turnell, were also released from prison and have already flown out of the country. Though it's still unclear if Ms. Bowman's Burmese husband, the artist Tain Lin, accompanied her after his own release.
China's leader Xi Jinping has told a regional summit that the Asia-Pacific region should not become an arena for a big power contest. Speaking at the APEC summit in Bangkok, he said no attempt to wage a new Cold War would be allowed. The UN Climate Conference in Egypt has been warned that time is running out to agree a deal. The EU's Climate Change Commissioner, Frans Timmermans, said there wasn't yet enough common ground.
We have a strong interest in reinforcing cooperation
to achieve our shared goals. It will do many things. It will help us decarbonize, show the world that the 1.5 is still within reach, and at the same time it will give our economies and our industries a new lease of life.
At least 7 people are now reported to have been killed in the Iranian city of Izeh in an attack by unidentified gunmen on Wednesday as anti-government protests were taking place. Among those killed were 3 boys, one aged 10 and the 2 others 13 years old. The Iranian authorities have described it as a terrorist attack, while protesters have blamed pro-government forces. You're listening to World News from the BBC. A court in the Netherlands is expected to deliver its verdict later today on 3 Russians and a Ukrainian accused of mass murder over the downing of a Malaysian Airlines plane in 2014. Anna Holligan reports.
An international team of investigators found the weapon was supplied by a Russian military brigade and fired from territory controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The most prominent suspect is Igor Girkin, an alleged former colonel in Russia's intelligence service, the FSB. Moscow has always denied any involvement. Many of the victims' relatives believe if the world had reacted differently and taken a tougher stance against Russia in response to the downing of flight MH17 8 years ago, the invasion of Ukraine and the geopolitical instability that followed could have been avoided.
The Israeli Prime Minister-elect Benjamin Netanyahu has agreed with his far-right political partner, Itamar Ben-Gvir, plans to strengthen settlements. The promised legislation would legalise 65 outposts in the occupied West Bank. Britain's Chancellor of the Exchequer, Jeremy Hunt, is presenting his autumn statement to MPs in the Houses of Parliament. It sets out the Finance Minister's plan to restore economic stability and credibility. Mr Hunt has been addressing MPs in the past half hour.
Today, we deliver a plan to tackle the cost of living crisis and rebuild our economy. Our priorities are stability, growth, and public services. We also protect the vulnerable, because to be British is to be compassionate, and this is a compassionate Conservative government.
Mr Hunt announced $35 billion in spending cuts and around $28 billion in tax rises. Support for energy bills will remain until April, when it will be scaled back. BBC News.
Do we love Jamaica? Do we love our children? If we must grow up in Jamaica, if we must grow up in the island of land, wood and water, we must promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood and peace, to serve diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race.
We're ever ready to assist you before, during and after a disaster. Hurricanes can happen, so be prepared.
Goodness mercy, it's me again, Lord. Your restorer, your game changer. Join me every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Bess FM-100. It's Apostle Clive Campbell, a.k.a. the Khaki Suit Man, coming to you from 8 to 12 Orange Street, also Richmond District, Mandeville. Embrace the change.
For a better choice in all your electrical supplies, A, authorized 3M dealer and better brand names. B, better service including free island-wide delivery. C, all major credit and debit cards accepted. It's ABC Electrical Sales. Shop number 8, Hagley Park Plaza, Kingston 10. Open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We make your electrical jobs as easy as ABC. Call 754-382-528 or fax 754-3659. ABC Electrical Sales, for a better choice.
It's the Faith in Action Hour on Bess FM-100 every Saturday from 4 to 5 p.m. with your host, Bishop Stephen Harper. Don't you forget it, every Saturday, 4 to 5 p.m. on Bess FM-100. Sponsored by Music Town Entertainment and Valwell's Juice. Faith in Action Hour every Saturday, 4 to 5 p.m. on Bess FM.
Hey everybody, Dr. Julia D. Fagan here. I just want to invite you to join me on Friend of a Wounded Heart right here on Bess FM every Saturday, 1 p.m. until 2 p.m. Guess what? I'm looking forward to coming into your homes, at your workplaces, behind prison bars, at infirmaries, wherever you are. Shalom.
Seniors, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security is advising that the November 2022 payment under the Social Pension Program is now available for collection. Check your text messages to confirm your payment arrangements. For further information, call 876-922-8007. The Social Pension Program, caring for our elderly. A message from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, providing opportunity, stability, and social protection.
What should a taxi service do for you? On-time taxi service is more than just a ride to the other side of town. They offer clean and spacious vehicles, reliable service, and promise to always look out for their customers. They'll come when you call and take you where you want to go on time.
From anywhere at all. You can call us at 926-3866.
We are something special on the road.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Bess100 FM.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats. Bess FM.
Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us for the morning. We are going into the segment now where we're going to be speaking to our folks at the SOS Children's Village. I just had Stephanie online. I have to get her back. She's not in house with us this morning. So you're going to go through. Now you will see how good our cell phone service in this country is. Let me see. Hello, Stephanie. Good morning, my dear. I don't know what happened. One moment you were there and the next moment you were not. But thank you for coming back.
You are welcome.
All right. Well, of course, we are always pleased to celebrate with the SOS Children's Village.
Well, thank you so much for having us. It's a pleasure being back. It's a pleasure. I feel like I'm coming to my relatives' home and I can just put my head down and relax and talk about some really exciting things happening at SOS Children Villages.
Well, as they say, time is short and we want to make the best of the time. So please first just remind our listeners who you are. You have the famous Lumley name.
Yes.
Just distinguish yourself from your famous brother.
Okay, well, my name is Stephanie Lumley, and I am the fundraising and communication advisor at SOS Children Villages Jamaica. And what we do in a nutshell is that we provide residential care for children who have lost parental care or who are at a risk of losing parental care due to a myriad of reasons. But we have been in this child safeguarding industry for 50 years. Actually, next week, Thursday, will make exactly 50 years since SOS has been providing this high-level holistic care for children in need.
This is 50 years in Jamaica or 50 years worldwide?
In Jamaica.
Okay.
In Jamaica, yes.
Jamaica. Well, we're going to celebrate with you. So this morning, a part of your spending time with us is to honor that accumulated years of excellence. What are we calling on our listeners for this morning?
Well, as an NGO or a non-governmental organization, Mrs. Lawrence, SOS is funded by the kindness really of others, as well as some intervention, some subsidies from the government of Jamaica. So what we're appealing to any of our well-wishers, people who worked with us in the past, people who have a heart to donate and want to really get involved in a more practical way to safeguard the future of our young people, please get in contact with us. We need more partners. We need more support from our local
benefactors would be a good word.
So we need to get involved with other people who have similar interests to us, people who can help us to better serve our children. Our children, they go to school, our children participate in extracurricular activities. Some of our children do need that supplemental support in terms of meeting. Some of them may have learning difficulties. Some of them may just need to know what is out there in terms of what they can be in the future. But when it comes down to it, Mrs. Lawrence and Pastor Percy, we need the support of our Jamaican people. We need people to get more involved with us so that we can continue to do a world of good for these children who need it.
So, Percy, yes, you take a turn.
So you're inviting us as Jamaicans to open up our hearts to those young people who need additional help and opportunities. So you're saying, Jamaica, open up your heart.
I think she wants us to open up our
pocket. Open up your pocket too.
And the pocket.
And your pockets as well. If we're being very practical,
yes.
It takes cash to care. And we do need the support. We do not sell a product. We do not offer a service. We do not turn a profit. We operate based on the kindness and how for 50 years so far, Jamaicans have kept us in their hearts and they have reached out to us and supported us, and we really have, it's an enormous responsibility and it is a privilege.
So are you taking volunteers?
These children.
Are you taking volunteers in any way?
It does depend, yes. It does depend though on the need that we have at the moment. So keep in mind that we do have two villages. So we have one located in Barrett Town, in Montego Bay, and we have one located in Stony Hill. So there are several needs that we have. I am more than happy to share those needs with those interested, but please, I just want people to know that in order for us to continue to care and to give a high level of safety for the children, we need help. We do need the help from, there's no amount that is too small.
So the first appeal is an appeal for cash.
Yes,
money
for sure.
to keep the operations going.
And how do we give?
How do we give?
Do you have a page? Do you have a GoFundMe account?
We do. We have a website
Yes.
that people can go to.
Yeah.
But you can also reach out to us directly on our office lines, 876-979-5850. You can call my personal cell phone. You can call me at 876-564-6668. Once you come in and you say, all right, this is how I'd like to donate, or this is what I need to know, we'd be more than happy to meet with you, to talk with you, to collaborate with you, and to grow with you as a philanthropist or as a donor to SOS Children Villages.
Percy knows some people who own supermarkets. Would food gifts help, like baskets or regular?
Food gifts would help us enormously, Mrs. Lawrence, because when you look at, if we have a budget and we're able to offset some of our usual expenses, monthly expenses, then we can channel those funds.
You can use the cash for something else.
To other needs.
Yes. And
so
you have
every mickle make a muckle.
Yes.
It is, you would never know how far your dollar donation can stretch in a foundation like SOS, because what we do is really a great cause. It's a need in our society, and instead of being overwhelmed by the need, we are meeting it head on, and we need the help of everyone listening.
So let's plant some ideas, because, you know, even as you're speaking to me, I am thinking there are some persons who are in the business of goods, whether it's supermarket, you know, dry goods, sundry items. You have young girls in the homes. Just remind us of the demographics.
Transitioning young people as well, who are just going into their first jobs, who are studying at a tertiary level. We have a range of possibilities within the young people that are in our care, and we have had just amazing partners over the years. We've had donors from Half Moon Hotel, for example. We have had Barita Foundation coming on a few weeks ago to give us some washing machines and some other appliances. We have had CIBC, who so graciously gave us some sheet sets for the young children at Stony Hill. So wherever the need is, we are more than happy to share. We are more than happy to collaborate with well-meaning people who believe in charity and kindness, and who want to be there in a very practical way for our young children.
So of course, these children, when we are giving, we give to them as though we are procuring things for our own children.
For your own children, for your own grandchildren, for your nieces, for your own family members.
So it's gently used.
We try as best as possible to give them things that are in mint condition. We try as best as possible for them to feel good when they're in receipt.
So as you would say in Jamaica, if people are giving in kind, in clothes and that kind of stuff, you don't want any old broke. You give to the young children.
Not only that, and we want to focus on the return. You see, when you give, you ever hear that saying, when the more you give,
the more you get. Yes.
The reward that our donors over the years have expressed to us, how great it feels, how they have grown in
through giving
with us, and seeing some of these children grow and just
blossom,
go into fields of their interest and really blossom. They said there's nothing that they can give to SOS to match that feeling.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are going to have the opportunity to speak with one of your alumnus.
Yes, I'm so excited to hear her come on and share.
So
I can't wait to hear her.
But before I let you go, would you repeat for me how to get to you, so that persons who want to give can have a conversation and make the arrangements?
Well, we are located, our national office is located in Montego Bay in Brandon Hill at 26 Peter Pan Avenue. You can contact us at 979-5850. You can also get me at 564-6668. We are on social media. You can catch us on Facebook at SOS Jamaica. Just type it in, SOS Children Villages Jamaica. We are on Instagram. You can call us. You can WhatsApp us. We are ready and waiting to collaborate with you.
All right. Thank you so much, Stephanie, and congratulations again.
Thank you for having us.
You are most welcome. All right. So listen out for Miss Palmer. I'm going to reach out to her now.
All right. Blessings to all of you, and have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you. So, I mean, Pastor, it's not the first time that we have had a representative of the village here, and it is so interesting to learn that it's set up like a village, a community. It's just like being in a home, and the kind of service that they give to the children is really first class. I mean, you can transition just as you would transition your young one into, just into their first apartment.
So it is.
That's how it
And
is.
even as you said that, she quoted Acts 20:35. It says, "More blessed to give than to receive."
Than to receive.
So receive the blessing today as you reach out to the SOS. She gave us her personal number, 564-668. If you want to call to donate or to enter into partnership, we just invite you to remember the SOS village. There's one in Montego Bay in Barrytown. There's the other one at Stony Hill.
That's
And we're going to
practically your neighbor.
Yes, right next to us. Yes.
All right. Good morning.
Miss Palmer. It is Daddy Palmer speaking to you.
Hi, Mr. Palmer.
How are you? Percival Palmer, Pastor Palmer. And then, of course, you have the lovely, beautiful Miss Minett Palmer Lawrence speaking to you. So you have two Palmers talking to you this morning, Miss Palmer.
Well, it's the Palmer Show.
The Palmer Show this morning. How are you, my dear lady?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
We're wonderful, and we hear that you are one of those shining stars.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Tell us about your story in terms of SOS.
Okay, so I was at SOS for around 14 years. I went there from when I was around 7 years old. And my experience was, it had bad moments and it had good moments, just like any other experience of any other child growing up. And what I liked about SOS was that they tried to replicate the standard family, which had a mother, which we called our house mother.
Yeah.
And I would say she played a very active part in me progressive throughout my childhood, for the most part. She helped with the bad moments, and she celebrated when I achieved anything substantial. So, and I had a very good relationship also with the children that were there.
Mm-hmm.
So
it felt like a family.
Yes, for the most part, it was a positive experience. For the most part.
And I think for it to be well understood, what are you doing now?
Right now, I am an electrical technician at Businco Group Limited, and I am also a student, an electrical engineering student at the University of Technology.
You go, girl! You go, girl! I'm proud of you, man.
And I can see, and you're not unusual, because I think many of your brothers and sisters from the home have gone on to, like many children out of the, I guess what you call it, the normal home setting, have gone on to tertiary education, to employment, and so on. We are making an appeal to our listeners to open their hearts and to give. Can you relate even one exciting memory of what it was to receive while you were a resident at the home? What stands out in your memory?
Sure. When I don't remember what birthday it was, but for that birthday, my house mother surprised me with one whole chicken. And yes, that was my birthday present from her, which I enjoyed every piece of it.
Oh, never shared it to anybody at all.
No, she said every piece of it. But listen to me now, Miss Palmer. For a moment there, I thought she gave you a pet chicken. I wasn't sure that it was a cooked chicken. Or
yes, a hot roast chicken.
Oh,
wow.
Special birthday gift.
Yeah.
So you had the cake to go with it also?
Chicken and cake, Percy.
Is our birthday?
Yeah, after I got the cake.
Oh, I see. You see?
The cake was
for the party.
Very pitchy, but the chicken was what stood out.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, do you remain in contact with any of your family from the village?
Oh yes, I do. I speak regularly with my brothers.
Okay.
And also the friends that I've I've garnered from being at the children's village.
Yeah.
And also with my house mother, because she played a very pivotal role in my life.
Yeah, if it's not too painful to recall or too personal to inquire, what do you recall of your birth family? What brought you to the village?
It was more of financial constraints.
Okay.
And being in an environment where it wasn't conducive to children, to
being raised.
Development of children.
Yeah.
And my brothers. So for that reason, we had to be taken away from her and put on in
a home.
Care.
And
it was I would say this turned out better. This opportunity turned out better. So, there's absolutely no bad feelings or
yes. And you're still connected to your birth family?
Yes, I am.
Well, I tell you, Miss Palmer,
we celebrate you.
We celebrate you, and it's been a pleasure speaking with you. And I'm glad that your story is the one we got to hear this morning, because it really shows that you can be in a position of need for any kind of reason. That it could happen to anyone. But it is a blessing to know that there is a place that would do a good job of simulating a normal home environment that can take you through to the point where here you are, tertiary education, you have a job, and you have good memories.
Electrical engineer.
Yeah. Thank you very much for sharing your story with us this morning. Have a great day.
Thank you. Same to you.
You're welcome.
That was Miss Palmer, even as we go to our 8:30 break. She brought back memories, Percy the chick. She don't spoke about the chicken. I found that so interesting.
She brought back memory of Percy the chicken. Yeah, eating a full pot roasted chicken.
She said, I ate all of it all for myself. So I'm so glad for her. So we just celebrate her, and we celebrate the SOS Children Villages for what they are doing in Jamaica in terms of, as it goes, helping persons to find purpose, fulfill destiny. And there's this young lady who came out of the system, and she's doing well. She's walking in her purpose, and she's walking towards her destiny.
Yeah, that felt good. But can I just encourage our listeners to please open the heart and the pocketbook? Give in all the ways that you can. But contact them first and have a conversation on how you can be a blessing to the institution and the children. All right, so it's time for 8:30. When we come back, we're going to have our conversation with JPS. Elaine Harvey, project officer with the JPS Foundation, will be on the line with us. Well, please stay tuned. Every Thursday, although we have fun, you get to learn something.
A difference you can hear.
Bess FM, keep listening.
Bess.
That no sound healthy at all. Get healthy, my friends. Stay balanced. Tune into this station, Bess FM-100, every Saturday morning, 8 o'clock to 9, for this wonderful program, Your Health Today, with me, Dr. Clarion Palmer. Yes, get healthy, get healthy, get healthy. Stay balanced. Bess FM-100, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, with me, Dr. P. Get healthy.
Goodness mercy, it's me again, Lord, your restorer, your game changer. Join me every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Bess FM-100. It's Apostle Clive Campbell, a.k.a. the Khaki Suit Man, coming to you from 8 to 12 Orange Street, also Richmond District, Mandeville. Embrace the change.
Are you ready? Are you ready? You can't go war looking cute.
Hi everyone, I am your radio host, Prophetess Apostle Zania Bird, and indeed I come to you from the Faith Deliverance Lighthouse Prophetic Ministries. Yes, we are located in Ochiria, St. Anne, also in Duncan, Trelawney, letting you know that each and every Saturday I will be the prophetic voice with the prophetic wave. You can't afford to miss me. I'm going to bring you a word of hope, a word of change, and a word that will turn your life forevermore. And tune in each and every Saturday from the hour of 12 to 1. Peace, I'm out.
And if you're under the blood,
for discussions on health and education, inspiring interviews, surprise giveaways, your favorite songs, tune into Bess100 FM this and every Sunday at 11:30 to 12 noon. It's Distinction 411, your weekly college magazine program hosted by James and the Distinction family. Catch you on Sunday.
Seniors, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security is advising that the November 2022 payment under the Social Pension Program is now available for collection. Check your text messages to confirm your payment arrangements. For further information, call 876-922-8007. The Social Pension Program, caring for our elderly. A message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, providing opportunity, stability, and social protection.
What should a taxi service do for you? On-time taxi service is more than just a ride to the other side of town. They offer clean and spacious vehicles, reliable service, and promise to always look out for their customers. They'll come when you call and take you where you want to go on time.
From anywhere at all, you can call us at 926-3866.
We are something special on the road.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show. We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Bess100 FM.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats. Bess FM.
Good morning to our listeners and welcome back. Mr. Harvey, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Well,
I am here.
Great. Let me just welcome our listeners to this segment that we have been doing on Thursdays with our JPS family. Can you imagine, Lowell? We have JPS family. Oh, this one is Percy. Lowell was yesterday.
Good morning, Mr. Harvey. How are you doing, sir?
Hi, good morning. I am doing wonderful. Thank you very much for having me.
So I hear that you are in the first city.
I'm actually roving, and I'm in Hanover as we speak.
Oh, so.
And I'm at the beautiful parish of Hanover.
Listen, I endorse that completely. Hanover is my second home.
It is?
Really?
Yes, I got married in Hanover, and every significant event of my life has been celebrated in Hanover. So
I am happy to hear that. I'm a Hanoverian myself.
Oh, okay. All right then. All right. So, well, what's happening in our parish? I know the mayor is trying to secede from the National Works Agency.
I think that's an entire other conversation.
You know, that's an inside joke for people from the parish. Pastor is looking perplexed.
Exactly. Exactly.
But I do welcome you to the program. I know that you're a project officer with the JPS Foundation, and we've been learning over the last few weeks that the JPS Foundation is doing some really transformative work. So what is occupying your time in this season?
Okay, so at this point, we're in Energy Week, and on what we're doing this year is we're having the second staging of the JPS Foundation Youth Forum. The forum is one that focuses on science and technology and engineering, and the aim is to really have conversations with students in this general area. The theme of the forum this year is engineering the future, reigniting a nation through science, technology, and innovation.
Wow, that's big.
That's a mouthful, man.
It is major, and it comes on the heels of the first such one that we did last year during the pandemic. We had it virtually. So this year,
face to
given the
face.
success, yes, we're doing hybrid actually.
Okay.
So we're doing both face to face and virtual.
And
We're looking to have 200 persons at UE participate in the face to face.
Yeah.
And upwards of 300 persons in the virtual space.
So it's open to the public?
It is open to the public. All you need to do is go on our social media pages, JPS Foundation, and just the registration is there. You just go ahead and you register. What we're to do, it targets students, upper school and university level students, because it is a conversation that is geared towards getting them ready
for the future.
For the future,
yes.
Yes. So it's the world of work. It's their academic pursuits.
Were you involved in last year's forum?
Yes, I was. I was in the same way I am this year, where I am the project lead for the event. I was in charge of doing it last.
So I'm gonna ask you a semi-hard question. What was the output from the last forum, and how has it been integrated into any current day thinking?
And the output from the last forum is really what is driving the initiative this year. So really and truly, even though I would want to take credit, I would want to take credit for coming up with this grand idea. But the conversation coming out of the feedback coming out of last year is the project was exceptional. It was out of the box, and they would appreciate something more intimate, where you are face to face, where persons can interact, we can meet, we can greet. So hence the whole integration of other components this year, like having our partners establish booths outside the event.
Yes.
So persons can, integrate.
Yes,
and
touch and feel.
Touch and feel. And we have some very good companies that are partnering with us this year, which again came out of the discussion of last year. Get these persons to be involved.
What would you say is the dominant big idea coming out of these interactions? What can we look forward to?
What you can look forward to is a greater level of interest and understanding in the field of science, technology. And innovation, and also more than anything else, it is how that field integrates or cuts across basically all other fields.
Every industry.
Every industry.
Yes, every
forward.
Discipline. That is true.
Of note, we have Barita Foundation is on board to be as a partner. They will be setting up a booth. They will have presentations done,
and they will be
involved. Again, it shows the integration. It shows the cut across. There's no there's no science and technology without finance.
Right.
Similarly, we have Wicon. Wicon is on board.
This is construction.
That is construction. They're doing some significant work in some significant innovation in how construction is dealt with. We have Huawei on board. We have Fosrich on board as well, and most institutes that are on board. So we are creating this holistic atmosphere for the students who want to, pursue that area.
Let me ask you a question. So you were online last year, and you're going to be you're going to have a hybrid approach. In terms of the demographics, you are in the grade 11s, the grade 12, the grade 13. What is the demographics in terms of male and female in terms of their involvement?
Last year, funny enough, when we ran the numbers last year, we had close to, I think it was like 60% males to females. Based on the registration that I'm seeing now, and the registrations, we are close to the numbers now, and I'm seeing, there's this, I think we're moving up to like a 70-75% male to female. But there is a consistent number of females that are, there's no shortage of females that are interested in this. And I think the only age is that some of the technical schools are all male. That, hence why you have more
men. Well,
yes.
I am actually very pleased to hear that the men are showing up, are doing a strong showing for something. That is, I celebrate that.
And they don't only show up, they were very active. They were very active. And just to give you, like, for instance, there's a school in St. James, I'll add,
yes.
A rival school.
Yeah.
Where, they were given 10 spaces this year to register persons. And they actually reached out to beg to double the number.
To beg some more.
Because the interest is just there. You understand?
So for this forum, the seats are awarded through the school enrollment.
Yes, through the school enrollment.
Are you going to? I know last week we had someone speak about the incubator, the other innovation challenge. So that is open to persons outside of the school environment. But this one is expressly for the students.
Yes, expressly for the students, because this one is in direct keeping with our the educational mandate of the foundation. Because the focus of the foundation is really education and environment.
Yes.
So in pursuit of the educational aspect, this is one of our direct projects that deals with that.
So I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit. Most recently, our Minister of Technology was quoted in the papers making some comment about the future use of nuclear energy to power our energy needs. Who sets the agenda for the discussions in the forum? And is it likely that nuclear energy is on the list anywhere?
Given the panel that we have and the diverse areas of knowledge and skill set, it is not unlikely that wouldn't be a discussion point.
Yeah.
And even if it should come up, it is something that I know that could adequately
be addressed.
Yes. And in terms of setting the agenda for the foundation, it starts with us. It starts with us at the foundation, but in building out the program and getting persons involved, the ideas we tend to add more flesh to it.
Yes.
Because again, we want to create something that is very as holistic as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And no doubt relatable.
Exactly,
yes,
exactly.
yeah. So who are some of the panelists? I mean, can you titivate us or just engage our minds with something?
No, before.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask. There's a something I got from Winsome, which says that you're talking about education and JPSCO. You are continuing to pay for persons in high school who are doing electrical. What is it? Technology or those?
Electrical technology. So that there is our CSEC project. That since 2016 we have been investing heavily in CSEC to the point of where we pay for the electrical subject for students once it is that they apply, once it is that the school is applies when the application is open, and it's now open, so schools are applying. Since then, we have invested upwards of $10 million in terms of paying for the subject for students.
Wow.
Similarly, last year, on the heels of the pandemic, or I believe it's under the heels of the pandemic, we made another significant investment in the CSEC project, where we invested in study guides. So several schools across Jamaica were given study guides to add to their library, so that
the students could be better prepared. Elaine,
students are better prepared.
Elaine, a little birdie told me that you weren't sure you could last 15 minutes. Do you know the time has run? Yes.
When you're talking to a variant, right?
That is how it goes. When it's in the family, it goes quickly. So thank you so much for sharing with us this morning. We wish JPS all the best with the Youth Forum. In this month that you are doing something so meaningful for our young people is just magnificent. So have a wonderful day, and thank you again for spending some time with us on the Morning Connection.
Thank you so much for having me. It was my pleasure.
You're welcome.
And, I expect to see you all at the forum.
All right, November
sir.
24th. Bless
November
you.
24th.
All right.
Bye. It is always like that, when you begin to dive into a subject matter and it is interesting. You could feel, I was joking with you during the break and saying, we're like the tailors that made the garments out of nothing for the emperor.
But we need to commend them
this
for
is
what
a
they're doing.
fantastic initiative.
With the young people.
Yeah.
You came about with it online. Now you have a hybrid. They're looking at what? 500 students? 200, 300 online.
Well, 200, right. 200 at UTech.
And 300
in
online.
person.
Yeah.
And, it's wonderful that the program is being administered through the schools. I feel like these days you have to add value to the education experience. There has to be some things that you only get through the schools. So students are motivated to remain involved. And
that's true,
And I'm pleased to hear, too, 75% men.
Yeah, that's it's gone up. It's
gone up.
It's great. It's wonderful.
But everything about it is very positive.
Yeah, but I told you I've been focus group on the impact of COVID and education. I did a focus group with some young men, and they said, no, we needed to come back to school, because when we're there, we just become lackadaisical, a loose thing. It was interesting in terms of what they were saying. They said we needed to come back to school, sir.
But yeah, I know you call it interesting. I call it unsurprising, because a lot of persons start from the belief that people are lazy and don't want to do anything. Not so. We're designed to accomplish purpose.
To work.
And we have the yearning and the desire to be engaged. And it is only when something traumatic and disruptive happens that sequence is broken. And then all of us have to work to reconnect the dots.
Because they said initially, when we said school lockdown in March, we happy. But after 2 weeks,
Listen, man.
After 2 weeks, no. One guy said the same routine. You get up.
We play games.
And them said, no, man. And we need to come out. And then some of them said, interestingly, I grew as a result of having to take greater responsibility in terms of time management and the things I needed to do.
To operate independently.
Oh my Lord.
You know, every year we go through the same cycle with our young one. First, he chafes at the routine of school and he keeps asking, when is the holiday? And he keeps a calendar. And then, as you rightly say, within a few days of the holiday, I always try to tell him, the holidays are only meaningful because they're school. If you had holiday all the time, you would get sick of the holiday. And you would long for school, and I live to see him long for school.
Who that, you mean?
Yeah, our youngster.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Patrick is saying some wonderful things online about
so you're on it.
JPS.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, all right. You have to look at that advertisement. JPS seems not to be doing a lot of bushing of lines in South Clarendon. Oh, I wish I had seen that, but we mention it and we know they do listen. So Clarendon, someone from Clarendon is mentioning that there does not seem to be enough bushing of the lines in South Clarendon. What are the communities in South Clarendon?
Which is where Farmers Cross.
Patrick, I know you're online. Give us a name out of South Clarendon, although I'm sure everybody else knows where that is. And he says that the JPS Forum has always been rewarding for students. Oh, he was the club leader for Merle Grove JPS Energy Club. And being an electrical engineer and math teacher, he was able to get a few engineers. So that is a nice comment. You're right, Percy. And he mentions that JPS has been a great company to students through the Energy Club. And they are reinvigorating the Energy Club. You know, we should try and make a connection with the Children's Village because...
to see if they can do anything.
If they can do anything, yes. I'm saying it because as I thought about laptops and so on for the children who are there who must need more and better technology tools for their, Oh, Patrick, you are commending us here. Let me just say it in case anyone is listening on that point. Patrick believes that Minett and Percy would be a good addition at the forum.
In terms of doing an OB.
What would do an outdoor broadcast?
Yeah.
That's true. You know what? I'm always looking for good content. Big up JPS, he says. That is true. I must say that the segment we do with JPS has taught me, as much as I hope it has taught the listeners, about some of the things that are happening, you know, with our corporate, or the big corporate partners. Yes. And I love
if I may add,
oh, you have a microphone.
I always have a microphone. You know,
you're using it.
All the microphones. Don't forget that.
I can't go.
I have to take a picture of how he has set up his own microphone.
No, they don't need to know.
All right.
Really, I'm especially impressed with the fact that so many young men are involved in this program.
Yes,
because let me tell you, everywhere else you look, the women are there. The women are hungry for the knowledge.
Eating your lunch.
Everything, and the men are missing in action. And I'm saying, and I'm also appealing to the women, encourage the men.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell us to step back, step away from the line.
Encourage the men, they should be right there beside you.
That is true.
You know, it's something that we must emphasize. I mean, I try my best from, the meetings that I have every week.
Yes.
To
bring the men out. Bring the men out.
With the young men. And listen, we are looking for young men to just come, sit and all with us. Fellowship and really try to re-energize.
Should I charge you for that advertisement? Would you like to give your number? The number to call.
I'll gladly pay for it.
No,
you have 4 minutes to the break. Make use of it.
You know what I'm saying?
No, that's a big point.
Man with microphone have no power, right?
Yeah, but look at that. 3 microphones. It's the battle of the mics.
Back up the mics. That's an interesting concept.
No, what you say there, I have never been one. Most people who know me might think I'm a feminist. Not sure why, except, strong females tend to get labeled. But I have never lost sight of the importance to maintain balance between the genders. And every time I hear that, oh, this one is racing ahead or that one is, I was not happy to be in a world dominated by testosterone. I am equally unhappy to be in a world dominated by what? Progesterone?
Estrogen.
Estrogen and progesterone. No, I think
it's a balance.
A balance is definitely necessary. And we applaud JPS for doing something that is drawing out the men. Now we need more things to pull out the men.
Yeah, and I think just reflecting on it, when you have things that cause men to use their hands and to think and so on, they will come out. If it is just reading and writing, I think guys, I'm going, oh boy.
Isn't that an unfortunate stereotype?
Yeah.
To say men are handy and not cerebral?
No, but cerebral, but hands application of the cerebral.
Oh, stuff. You're saying multi-talented then?
Yeah.
All right, we'll turn it into a compliment. I know for sure that Lowell is deep thinker and very handy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, very so. And Daniel, our son, is pretty much like that. And then John Andre is very musical and arts. The truth is, there is no box, and that's why you don't pigeonhole your children or you don't pigeonhole individuals. You give them free space to develop. And it may be that a part of the disaffection with our boys shying away from certain things is because we were trying to jam them too hard into some fixed spots that chafed, and they wanted the freedom to be. And they've claimed that freedom, and now some of it is turning out to be a nightmare for us. But let's not turn a good thing into something.
But it's important that we say it. So big up, kudos to JPS, and I'm not gonna forget what's happening at SOS. Remember, people, let's open our hearts, but open our pockets in cash and kind to help Stephanie as she moves to
raise finance for
yes, but remember, Makeda is in electrical technology.
Yes.
She's been an electrical engineer. So
that is what made the leap in my mind too.
Yes.
That obviously
she's an electrician technician, but she's been an electrical engineer.
She's now
maybe doing the Palmer clan, good man.
Well, all right, sir. We claim it.
We claim her.
We claim it.
And we're encouraging her and praying for her that she'll do well.
When we come back, we are going to shift focus a bit, but not too far off, because it's all one story these days. We are going to be joined by Prophet Greg. You've heard me struggling to get the full name into your consciousness. The Ethio-Africa Diaspora Millennium Council. At least I got it in my brain. Prophet Greg is going to join us, and we're going to talk a little bit about these conventions to which Jamaica is a signatory under the United Nations Treaty that look at efforts to eliminate racial discrimination, protecting indigenous peoples and their cultures, and just to talk about the process and how the Rastafarian community is handling that process. So please stay with us. When we come back, you will hear Prophet Greg, whom we haven't seen in a long time. So we're looking forward to talking to him. Please stay with us.
Difference you can hear.
Bess FM, keep listening.
Bess.
That no sound healthy at all. Get healthy, my friends. Stay balanced. Tune into this station, Bess FM-100, every Saturday morning, 8 o'clock to 9, for this wonderful program, Your Health Today, with me, Dr. Clarion Palmer. Yes, get healthy, get healthy, get healthy. Stay balanced. Bess FM-100, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, with me, Dr. P. Get healthy.
What should a taxi service do for you? On-time taxi service is more than just a ride to the other side of town. They offer clean and spacious vehicles, reliable service, and promise to always look out for their customers. They'll come when you call and take you where you want to go on time.
Call us at 926-3866. We are something special on the road.
a tree, one and drive, half a tree. Bossy, how you do I take taxi star?
Jano, I want to tell you, say, 2 months now, my transmission mash up, and me check everybody and can't hear nothing positive.
Yeah, hear me? You waste all that time I shop around and never call the experts. Winters Auto have them. Them have over 35 years of experience and them diagnose the problem and get back your transmission brand new. For them service excellent and efficient. Trust me, man. Yeah, hear me? Call them at 929-7040 or go to them at 106 Maxfield Avenue, Kingston 13 and talk directly to the boss. Just tell them I'm me, send you.
Wow, you big star. Yeah, man, respect my boss.
Yeah, try calling her, cause trust me.
Waiters Auto Spares and Repairs, good afternoon.
Ah, what a relief.
Seniors, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security is advising that the November 2022 payment under the Social Pension Program is now available for collection. Check your text messages to confirm your payment arrangements. For further information, call 876-922-8007. The Social Pension Program, caring for our elderly. A message from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, providing opportunity, stability, and social protection.
Looking to clean your vehicle super clean? 123 Clean Car Wash, located at 2 1/4 Osborne Road, Kingston 10. Entrance on Grove Road, below Tropical Battery. They wash and vacuum, undercarriage wash, engine wash, polish and compound, shampoo and detailing. Call them at 876-631-3400. 123 Clean Car Wash, the best in the business for a cleaner wash.
1, 2, 3, believe me, it's so easy. 1, 2, 3.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats. Best FM.
Welcome back. We are very pleased to be joined now by Prophet Greg, really a friend of the show. You were here in the very early days when we just started at the Ligani Club. Welcome. This morning we're going to be talking about Jamaica's participation in the treaty, which speaks to the elimination of racial discrimination and the process by which those domestic arrangements are made to bring reality to the end of racial discrimination. And Prophet Greg is sitting here in his capacity as General Secretary of the... But that's the mouthful. That is the mouthful.
Africa Diaspora Union Millennium Council, and I do give thanks to be here again.
All right.
Morning connection.
Welcome. What is the Millennium part of the council symbolic of?
Well, Basically, the council was registered in 2007.
Yes.
And the millennium is actually reflecting on Ethiopia's millennium, which is year 2000, when we were in 2007.
Yes. All right. That was Pastor's guess.
Yeah. Something
Well done, sir. All right.
I try.
This is such a big topic. Where do we start?
It's a very important topic, given the fact that we're looking to approach the 74th anniversary of the United Nations Human Rights Declaration that was done in December 10th, I believe, 1948. So aspects of human rights violations, which we, the African descendants, as you know, encountered greatly, the brutality of colonialism and slavery.
Especially chattel slavery.
Exactly, is what really pivots the formulation of human rights declaration coming out of the World War I, World War II. So eventually what has done is that the body of the human rights has identified specific committees to really zone in on human rights violation by creating these sort of committees.
Yes.
Yeah, the selected committee. I believe there are I think about 9 of them now. But the first one that was created is the convention, looking at the committee to eliminate racial discrimination. And I believe that one was founded in 1965. Jamaica became a signature to it in 1966.
Wow.
And I believe ratified it in 1971. So the ratification of that body is where now the state part of Jamaica and every other one who ratifies it has to address the articles incorporated in what is outlined to pursue the treaty in defending human rights.
So what is the union? I'm going to call it union just for short, or the councils.
Yes, the council.
What is the council's position on this? Good move? Is it working? What's your thinking?
It is the first, I would say, because it is the first that a civil body coming from the Rastafari community, which we actually represent. More specifically, but in general, the voiceless African descendants in Jamaica. But specifically, we look at issues impacting the Rastafari community. But in the sense of us getting involved, it zones in on the sort of atrocities that the community, the Rastafari community, has been engaged in from its development out of the 1930s. What is even more important is the fact that we have reached the United Nations recently, the turn of the, did a United Nations World Conference Against Racism. I believe it was in 2001 in Durban, South Africa. So all of those programs of action and formulations and specifics articles are now incorporated into the research.
Yes.
So that even more gives us more impetus in moving forward to address even the aspects of reparation. So that now kind of hone in and spotlights what was going on from the time of colonial slavery, seeking redress, seeking even as far as emancipation. How can we now recover and
yes,
address?
because reparations is a part of the focus.
Exactly.
When you bring an end to discrimination, you also seek to restore and give compensation. There is a strong element of compensation in their focus.
And to look at the focus, as you rightfully said, if you look at even how CARICOM now has formulated itself
yes.
in looking into responding to the Durban they have now compiled a 10-point agenda coming out of the second conference that speaks directly
So Prophet Greg, you're saying the Rastaman prophetic. You were on it before.
Yes, man. We are just following the trail coming from the days of Marcus Garvey.
Yes. And really, no, even earlier, because when you go into the Old Testament, I know you're longing for a good old debate with Pastor Percy. But when you go into the Old Testament and see the principles that are laid down, restoration is an important part of bringing a society whole and getting atonement, making atonement.
Right. And we always say that the Psalm 68 is our emancipation psalm.
Yes.
The prince and princess shall come out of. But it highlights, if we were to look further into the recourse, the act of human trafficking, chattel slavery, is now being addressed within the United Nations under the subject matter of restitution.
That is true.
So the whole development of procedures now for the currency of human trafficking, the compensation, the reparation, that comes with now is very much outlined within the structure.
All right, so it's a big area, and I want something to be yes, man. There are 7 articles in part 1 of the convention. Let's just look at them, and while you're bringing that up, just to give our listeners a focus, this is your business. It's all of us business. Ending discrimination of all types of discrimination is a part of honoring our humanity.
Exactly.
So let's look at the articles in the convention, because it means Jamaica as a signatory ought to have within our domestic arrangements policies, laws, regulations, institutions that give us the benefit of these articles that we signed on. Yes, we were one of the original signatories, it looks like.
Let me say something.
Sure.
So you are saying the Durban thing was done in
2001,
2001. And then in 2009, they had a review conference. But in 2021, September last year, it was the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the Durban Declaration and Program for Action under the theme of reparations, racial justice, and equality for the people of African descent.
That is so.
And it was a political declaration. So, dear world leaders, adopted by consensus, a political declaration proclaiming their strong determination to make the fight against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance and the protection of the victims thereof a high priority for them.
So basically they said time come. Because everybody had been fighting at some level towards this point. And now the UN, in its great wisdom, has said it is time.
Yield to the call.
Yes, sir. So what is it time for? Let's go. What's the first article?
So
what does it cover?
Basically, Jamaica made their submission, and to this convention, we are now looking at the 108th session that is coming up next week. So Jamaica made their submission in 2019. I believe it was the 3rd of April 2019. So looking through the 7 articles now, in going down the line, Article 1 speaks to the application of the convention. Article 2 speaks to the eliminating racial discrimination and promoting understanding among all races. Okay, so Article 3 the condemnation of racial segregation and apartheid. Article 4 propaganda and racist theories. So that's what you're going to address that. Article 5 measures to eliminate racial discrimination in all its forms. So, and then you have rights as a part of that article as well. Rights to equal treatment before tribunals and other organs of justice. Rights to security of person and protection by the state. The political rights, rights to freedom of movement and residence within the state, and rights to leave and return to one's country, right to nationality, right to marriage and choice of spouse, right to own property alone as well as to associate with others, right to inherit, right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, right to freedom of opinion and expression, and right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association. And this is, as I
So
said,
I'm going to throw something in the mix because most recently we had a member of parliament saying of another member of parliament he could not qualify to be the Prime Minister of Jamaica because of his white skin, despite the fact that he was born in Jamaica. I'm looking at you right now, and you yourself are you're a high browning. He's a high browning Rasta man. So there are some things that I want to read the definition of racial discrimination as put forward, and then it's gonna drive the conversation in a very relatable and practical direction, because I want you to make this touch everybody who is sitting and hearing, no matter where you are. So the convention defines racial discrimination as any distinction, exclusion, restriction, or preference that is based on race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin, which has the purpose or effect of nullifying or impairing the recognition, enjoyment, or exercise on an equal footing of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the political, the economic, the social, the cultural, or any other field of public life.
Exactly.
It is so wide that it is really seeking to give you that equality that the Bible speaks about.
Every area,
That all men are equal in the eyes of God. There's not even gender. We're spirit. And therefore, the color of your skin, where you come from, who your parents were, those things disappear when you stand as a member of humanity to participate in political, economic, social, cultural. Now, for the Rasta man, tell me how you fit yourself into this construct.
That is definitely what he had addressed the United Nations very significantly, until the philosophy that holds one race superior and another inferior. So the defining factor that what it comes down to, the human rights of self-determination.
Absolutely.
So you, in your consciousness of self, have the right to determine your specific of culture, your faith, everything
How
that
you want to
owns
live, how you want to
your
work.
identity.
Yes.
The first base towards discrimination has to be the being, the human being, the first person. Before you touch economics, political, anything that spills off,
the completeness
the first
of self
discrimination
and identity
is the discrimination of self,
Yeah.
the identity.
Yeah.
And you have a right for
To determine
self-determination
who you are.
towards your destiny, according to your faith, according to what comes out of your faith, which imitates your culture, and who you stand to be
What you think
as a
believe.
person.
Yes.
And that is what Rastafari stands for. Not only just the identity of self, defining who our maximum in defining our divine emperor, but also for the fact that prophetically it speaks to the redemption of a people that were enslaved, trafficked, and the expectation that he shall bring my sons from afar and my daughters from the ends of the earth. So all of this prophetic occasion and pronouncement is now rattling in to this very convention of the justice.
The world
of
is seeing the truth of it, the necessity of it,
Exactly.
to even preserve our own existence.
And if we were to even look at the Bill of Rights that Marcus Messiah Garvey had established in 1920, and that's, you're looking at what, 24, you're talking between 1920
102 years ago.
No, man. Yeah, 24 years before the United
Before it
Nations
came into
Declaration,
being, yes.
before it came to be. At the 70th anniversary, we had a forum on human rights activism, and Marcus Messiah Garvey's Bill of Rights became the focal point of an evidence of what human rights activism was prior to the development of human rights. But why I'm specifically saying this?
Yes.
Marcus Garvey, in his declaration, declares the same thing what we're talking about: the rights for Asia for Asians, Europe for the Europeans, Africa for Africans, those at home and those abroad.
Which while that is not, I mean, many persons understood it as separation, a separationist theory, but it really was about recognizing the indigenous rights of those who come out of, which is what we started the morning talking about, that your being of a type gives you a fundamental claim that cannot be displaced by another who has come with ships and guns desiring to plunder your land and to displace you from it. That's the fundamental thing that
and the fundamentals of it now is the impact of all the nations, the indigenous nations that were impacted by colonialism and slavery are the voices that are being crying out now for equal rights and justice
and which cannot be ignored.
Exactly.
So I love how you characterize the Rasta man, because for me, Rasta is Jamaica's first great rebel, meaning Jamaica now, not the colonial Jamaica where you had the heroes of the past who fought for freedom from enslavement. But as Jamaica found her new feet, the Rasta man came out as that voice in the wilderness, pulling from deep prophecy, which said, when you release me, I am to be gathered back to my own. And it's not enough to just put me outside the gate. You got to get me back connected with my land and my culture. There is that duty, which we...
The reconnection.
Yes. We, speaking kingdom, say repentance means correcting the attitude, changing the conduct, and making restitution so that the repentance is complete.
And in focusing on what the United Nations has specifically done, which is so significant. I just want to give you two examples of other treaties that has been established by the UN. But what it does, it keeps you into a focal point to really focus on what CERT is all about. You spoke about political, you spoke about economic. Well, listen to one of the actual treaty, the CCPR, the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, is another treaty body that has been established. And you also have the CESCR, which is the International Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. So there are very specific treaties that hones
I noticed
areas where human rights activism and abuses are being meted out that has to be addressed in these categories where the violations are occurring.
Because, not unsurprisingly, the second part of the convention governs reporting and monitoring of the convention. And as time passes and you notice that the nations are really not doing much on the ground, it led to the creation of these separate streams of thought and activity to monitor, covering those things. I expect that you would have something to say about economic inclusion. And
that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
To speak on those matters.
For your own.
Exactly, for our follow-up.
Right.
We definitely, this is, as I said, this is the first base. The rights to identity.
Which the racial discrimination addresses
are
that
we being respected because of identity? And the legacy of and the inhumane conditions, chattel slavery, we are questioning our vestiges being carried over.
We know they are being carried over. And you're very polite and pose it as a question. But we're living with it. We're living with it. And now you're asking,
I believe
what will be done to eradicate it and balance the books?
The currency of what is taking place in Jamaica, I believe aspects of it are being carried over from past atrocities, past conditioning, and we have not fully, the state party has not fully reformed itself in looking at these matters significantly, because you have a population that about over 90% are African descendants coming forward. So not only do the state party has an obligation to inform, because it is the duty of the state to protect its citizens, its indigenous people, the indigenous cultures, as you were saying, the ethnic groups that find themselves here, because when we were looking at intellectual property right, looking at creating the policy, because what is really going to be focused on here, coming out of the UN, is really the policies that has to be
passed and the domestic arrangements that have to match it.
So the Constitution, the Acts, all these sort of things that define laws is what is going to be coming into the focal point. So in essence, what happened in 2017, we were looking at a national policy development for intellectual property right. And even in there, at that forum where WIPO had engaged JIPO. Yeah, exactly. You have the Chinese council there, you had the Indian council there, you had members who identify themselves as representing the Tainos. You had the Maroons there as well. And of course, Rastafari presence was there. So these are the things that has to go forward, exactly, and hold down the rights of these civic groups, the civil bodies, NGOs, non-government organizations that are clamoring for these protections.
To your knowledge, does the UN provide funding, resources to help the groups in domestic, in territories where the state is not performing at its best? Is there money
I believe there are funding available. But I believe what is necessary, because we are just privy to these standards of operation for the very first, because the first time we are doing a report. So the in-depth knowledge of how it works is what we need to drive down with the state in what is it that they have to do in support of the civil bodies that are being impacted by these
either by non-compliance or by the policies themselves.
Exactly. That is it. So what is we are bringing a focus, and hopefully in doing programs like this, and especially after the sitting, which is the Jamaica goes before the council, the committee next week, on the 24th and the 25th, to answer and address
to present its report and
exactly.
The alternative.
So coming out of that now, there are four critiques going to the United Nations.
We have a minute before our break, so I'm going to ask you to do this. Give us the date when Jamaica will be, because you can get to it on the internet.
Right.
What date is Jamaica going to be before the council, the committee?
Jamaica is going to be before the committee. The 24th of November.
Many things are happening on the 24th.
And the 25th of November, that is next week. Next week, Thursday and Friday. Geneva time is between 15 and 18 hours, which I believe it's between 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock Jamaican time.
Okay. All right. And you'll be there? The Rastafarians will be represented?
No,
who will be there?
We're unfortunate because of the time frame that we had. We only rushed in.
Oh, no, I don't mean there in Geneva, but you'll be online.
Well, no. The online, it is going to be showcased on live streaming, UN Web TV.
Right.
So the whole session
will be.
You can United Nations Web TV, and you can view live how Jamaica is representing
its performance under this convention. All right, we're going to take our 8 or 9:30 break. I was about to go back in time with the Prophet. And then please stay with us. We're going to be back. Then we'll wrap up our discussion with Prophet Greg. And maybe if we have time, we'll speak to one other person on this issue.
What should a taxi service do for you? On-Time Taxi Service is more than just a ride to the other side of town. They offer clean and spacious vehicles, reliable service, and promise to always look out for their customers. They'll come when you call and take you where you want to go on time.
From anywhere at all, you can call us at 926-3866.
We are something special on the road.
half a tree, 100, half a tree. Bossy, how we do I take taxi star?
Jano, I want to tell you, say, 2 months now, my transmission mash up, and me check everybody and can't hear nothing positive.
Yeah, hear me? Yeah, waste all that time I shop around and never call the experts. Winters Auto have them. Them have over 35 years of experience and them diagnose the problem and get back your transmission brand new. For them service excellent and efficient. Trust me, man. Yeah, hear me? Call them at 929-7040 or go to them at 106 Maxfield Avenue, Kingston 13 and talk directly to the boss. Just tell them I'm me, send you.
Wow, you big star. Yeah, man, respect my boss.
Yeah, try calling, cause trust me.
Waiters, Auto Spares and Repairs, good afternoon.
Ah, what a relief.
Seniors, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security is advising that the November 2022 payment under the Social Pension Programme is now available for collection. Check your text messages to confirm your payment arrangements. For further information, call 876-922-8007. The Social Pension Programme, caring for our elderly. A message from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, providing opportunity, stability and social protection.
Looking to clean your vehicle super clean? 123 Clean Car Wash, located at 2 1/4 Osborne Road, Kingston 10. Entrance on Grove Road, below Tropical Battery. They wash and vacuum, undercarriage wash, engine wash, polish and compound, shampoo and detailing. Call them at 876-631-3400. 123 Clean Car Wash, the best in the business for a cleaner wash.
1, 2, 3, believe me, it's so easy. 1, 2, 3.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Hi everyone, I am your radio host, Prophetess Apostle Zania Bird, and indeed I come to you from the Faith Deliverance Lighthouse Prophetic Ministries. Yes, we are located in Ocheria, St. Anne, also in Duncan, Trelawney, letting you know that each and every Saturday I will be the prophetic voice with the prophetic wave. You can't afford to miss me. I'm going to bring you a word of hope, a word of change, and a word that will turn your life forevermore. And tune in each and every Saturday from the hour of 12 to 1. Peace, I'm out.
Hey everybody, Dr. Julia D. Fagan here. I just want to invite you to join me on Friend of a Wounded Heart right here on Bess FM every Saturday, 1 p.m. until 2 p.m. Guess what? I'm looking forward to coming into your homes, at your workplaces, behind prison bars, at infirmaries, wherever you are. Shalom.
It's good, it's better, but nothing beats. Best FM.
Welcome back, and of course with us in studio is Prophet Greg, a man who has years of what do I call it now? Rebel activity. Rebel activity. Years of advocacy under his belt. Almost really the Rastafarian community prophetically claiming some rights that have now become standardized in the various conventions under the United Nations Treaty. I said to you in the break, so I'm going to pose it on air now. You made mention of Marcus Garvey's Declaration of Human Rights, which were far-reaching, and today we are seeing not even just shades of it, we're seeing the actual language being picked up and repeated in what is happening now. Naturally, people have also visited his work and are quoting from it. But Marcus Garvey famously held one of the largest conventions of its type before he finalized and presented this declaration. What is the process that you see us mounting to bring people under one roof, so to speak, to confront and discuss this issue and come to an understanding of what it is our own government in this country should do to honor the treaty obligations? What process?
Well, as you said, the first thing that you have to question and really look at it is, what is the remit for the National Committee on Reparation? Is it an entity that looks into the treaty body of search, since the United Nations Durban Conference comes into play on a reparation? Does that
and you're talking about now Jamaica's National Committee
on Reparation?
You know, sometimes the word national is used, but it's not really national.
Exactly. So
is it national to your understanding? Does it have the reach that you think it should have?
No, if it's a national entity, it should carry out that process, which is what we are looking at. If Jamaica as a state party has ratified the third convention in 1971, if they're now in 2001, there's a United Nations declaration with programs of action and the mandate for the 168 nation that signed on to carry forward with it. You have CARICOM formulate itself with the first conference in 2013, followed by 2014. There should be more activism towards edification of the rights of the people, especially on the first fundamental principle of identity of the person. So if this is not being carried out, if the information is not being shared, it's something that needs to come to the table, where all of this, in which the victims are the claimant, must have some form of edification, knowledge base of what.
So we're talking about 14 parishes of Jamaica. We're talking about a move across the island. The committee can't be a Kingston committee that goes to meetings in Barbados and Guyana or wherever. You have to decentralize, move it out of.
You're talking about your committee, which is not government.
No, we're talking about the National Committee on Reparations, which is government.
Which is under the
Minister of Culture.
Yes.
To see forth that the programs.
No, so I love your first question. The first question is, what's the impact of a national committee that you're not seeing in every parish, doing something, moving through the schools? Because we just had JPS talking about their youth forum. This thing will go nowhere if those who have carried forward are not properly educated on the significance of it.
And I must even give thanks for the first base movement of it, because a lot of energy was put in. There's now a Caribbean research center on reparation that has just opened at the University of West Indies. I believe it was 2017. So there's a lot of activism that spins off of the 2013 development from the CARICOM, but it needs more impetus towards moving the energies out to the claimant, because the victims are who the state has to represent. The state cannot represent reparation.
So are you getting a sense that rather than the state being a partner in it and seeing itself as a part of the process for reparations, it's seeing itself as, let me say now, the defendant, as if it is under attack?
That's the whole thing. Is this, if the state is going to look to claim aspect of reparation, and they are trying to put forward the reason behind it, and I should say that one of the specifics behind what the state is clamoring for is debt relief. And if the former Prime Minister, PJ Patterson, when he addressed the 60th United Nations General Assembly, he actually tore apart the Bretton Woods institution, the IMF and the World Bank.
For being
PJ Patterson?
Yes, because
for this the ill-conceived structural adjustment program.
Yes, because those became extensions of the colonial mistreatment.
And you have to question, has it now lingered on systematically within the whole policy
neoliberal.
But you see,
colonialism, the whole aspect of it. So,
Prophet,
if
you have
the
just
states-
raised an interesting argument. Namely, if the state's interest in reparations is debt relief, it really has no interest in talking to the citizens, to the actual victims, because they want the money to settle their liabilities. So my experience don't count.
So how you can just say you're clamoring for
It's like it's up there, global warming, and climate relief.
Right.
And yet still, when you go down the line now, there are aspects of things that we had looked into, where the paragraph 158 address restitution of arts, historical artifacts, and documents to their countries of origin in accordance with bilateral agreement or international instrument, the trafficking in person, particularly women and children, and the facilitation of welcome, return, and settlement of the descendants of enslaved Africans. This is the last three in paragraph 158, but it actually starts with debt relief.
Right.
So they're focusing only at the
Of course, man, put money in our, not about the people.
Who are the victims of these indiscretions and atrocities now after the B1. So when it trickle down,
when will it get to me?
Yes. So
I see the conflict and the potential for conflict between the demands of the state and the needs of the people.
So we give thanks that what the CERT has done now is open the opportunity for the civil body group, the NGOs. So the four entities that had submitted their critique and as input now have the opportunity to do an introduction come the 21st of November.
Oh, on the 21st.
Right.
This is the pre-meeting.
To introduce themselves to the body and to read the outline in however minutes are being given. What is being presented, what they have presented.
Let me see if I'm understanding as we bring it.
Yeah, time is running.
So you report, we signed to a convention.
Right.
There's an expectation if you sign to a convention, then you're going to do everything in your part to ensure
compliance.
Comply with it, right?
To the treaty.
You, in your own self, has issued an alternate report to the convention that we've signed.
No, Jamaica, the state party presents a report on its work.
We know who have the opportunity
of being on the ground
to review the report because it's posted online from the as I said, sometime in May of 2019. So in reviewing that report, we have now the opportunity to address it.
Address it in the sense that's a counterpoint.
Well, in this, you would say counterpoint. You would say in disagreement. You would say
or you can endorse.
Emphasis, or you can endorse.
Yes.
Okay. So whichever way it will go, to strengthen the resolve or to forcibly remove it, so to speak. It's
the idea is to bring truth onto the table.
The process, and develop the policies that should remove all form of racial discrimination.
Right.
You have a forum coming up. You spoke about a day.
The committee.
So
there are 2 dates in mind. One for the state party, which I mentioned earlier, the
24th and 25th
of November, between 9 Jamaica time, 9 and 12 o'clock. But prior to that,
and this is 9 a.m. and 12 midday.
9 a.m. to 12. Jamaica goes before them. Geneva time, 16 between the 15th and the 15 hour and the
1500 hours
and the 1800 hours. So it work out 6 hours
difference,
and thing. But prior to that, no, the entities that submitted an alternate, it doesn't really have to be it can be an emergency letter because of some impact that the community is going through,
experiencing.
that needs to express itself according to what is provided for NGOs to respond to and have the ability to address the body.
Yes, because I did notice that the process allows for individual complaints to be put on the table.
So it is.
How many NGOs have made submissions?
There are 4
local.
4 local.
Yes.
Yeah, in responding to what
the government,
state party, the Jamaican government had submitted.
So you know who they are? I know your council is one.
Yeah, we have. If I can quickly.
So and
non-governmental
organization. So you have apart from
your council,
I want to make sure.
Anyone from the Maroon community?
Yes, the Maroons.
All right, so we can look. The Maroons have entered a report.
All right, just to get the names correct, without. Come on. All right, so you have the council. You have Jamaica Hummingbird Tribe. You have Stand Up for Jamaica. And then the Maroons, the Sovereign State of a Compound Development Foundation.
Yes.
These are the
four NGOs.
That should be interesting.
Yes. I think, Prophet Greg, we love having you. We could talk forever. And we were hoping we could have called your sister Maxine, fellow council member, who was waiting in the wings. But time has run out on us, so to speak. Thank you for bringing this important issue to the table with us. We will do a follow-up because I know we want to talk to you after the committee meeting.
And as I said before, it's going to be live stream next week, Thursday and Friday. We're
24th and 25th.
Yeah, Jamaica will be there.
You can view it on the United Nations Web TV. So one can really, absorb what is
and learn a little bit more.
Learn more, and what is in front of them. To protect who they are.
Yes.
Until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eye.
War. It's a war, mind wicked.
There must be rebellion.
You gotta make your position known.
And if you hear the Bill of Rights that the Honorable Prophet Martha Pesiah Garvey had outlined.
Yes.
Trust me.
Well, I think a few people are gonna go and refresh their memory while online. All right. Thank you, my brother.
It's
all right.
Pleasure.
Yes, we're gonna do our wrap up now. But absolutely, yes, we're gonna welcome Lillian Ferreira from Brazil. I passed through Brazil the other day. I certainly hope I left a mark. We have someone from Brazil online with us saying we were listening and seeing you. Happy to know more about Kingston and Jamaica. Brazil has issues and challenges similar. The program is great. Congratulations. We have a listener in Brazil. You know that we like to do outdoor broadcasts.
Yes.
And I like international outdoor broadcasts. So the truth of the matter is that one of the focus of this program is to extend what we're doing to people, other people with similar concerns and challenges everywhere, so we can get a conversation going on an international scale. We're going to start our wrapping up, Mr. Producer. What else we have that we need to address? I wanted to South Clarendon. For JPS, there are some citizens in South Clarendon. It's South, yes?
Yeah.
South Clarendon who say, more bushing of the lines, please. And you know how careful you are about these environmental issues and the safety. And the communities are like Gimme Me Bit, Milk River, and Rhymesbury in Clarendon. So if our JPS contacts are listening, we have a listener online who's saying in these communities a potential threat is emerging with the overgrown foliage.
And of course,
Pastor Percival, it is Thursday and we're just about to the end of the show.
This weekend, we never ever mention it all of this week. The greatest show on earth begins on Sunday in Qatar. As we close, we talk about corruption.
World cricket?
No, man. You boy, you're really out of this.
I'm messing with you, man.
No, World Cup football begins in Qatar. And a lot of people have lost their jobs because of awarding the World Cup to Qatar. Remember that, it was
people lost jobs?
Yeah, man. Corruption at its height.
Oh.
Yes, corruption, man.
Okay. It was that issue.
Yes.
All right.
And people are saying, hey, what's happening? So looking forward, that in Jamaicans, we are Brazilian, but I've noticed there are no Germans and Argentines and Spanish people. Always was Brazilian.
Yes, no, there's a German fan over there. We fly the German flag. You see, we don't discriminate. We're the least Germanic looking people. But when it comes to football, what is...
We'll go with what? That we always was Brazilian?
All right, we're wrapping up. Ladies and gentlemen, listeners on the air and online, we thank you so much for giving us your patronage. We know you have a choice of who to listen to, but you have chosen to listen to us.
Remember, open your hearts and
pockets to the children of the SOS
and big up
villages.
Miss
Who we beginning
Palmer. Miss Palmer.
Oh, Lord, now it looked like he's your relative. Is your relative Percy?
No, all Palmers are related. So somewhere, somehow.
Yeah, on that note.
Yeah, we really thank you for joining us.
Thank you all very much for joining us. Prophet Greg, thank you for bringing that big issue to the table. To the JPSCO family who blessed us with all that information about the Youth Forum. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Bess FM, best station in the world. We've got to record something that speaks to the excellence of what we're doing on that with that radio station. Back at studio, Lloyd, my brother, thank you very much.
Super engineer.
And right here, you have, so this is what, Super, the engineer producer who single-handedly takes us through the day. Have a great weekend, everyone, because the Morning Connection goes on weekend now. All right, and behave yourself, those who are in the SOE area.
Listen to the angels rejoicing air so sweetly, receiving heaven's glory, the night that Christ was born. Listen to the angels rejoicing air so sweetly, receiving heaven's glory. The night that Christ was born. Can't you see the people coming from every nation? Pleading for their salvation. The night that Christ was born. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus.
Listen to the angels rejoicing and so sweetly, receiving heaven's glory, the night that Christ was born. Can't you see the people coming from every nation, pleading for salvation, the night that Christ was born. Sing. The night that Christ was born. Sacrifice, such a precious gift.
meek and mild.
The night that Christ was born.
Giving to us perfect sacrifice.
The night that Christ was born. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true.
Bess FM-100 on your dial. Keep listening.
A difference you can hear.
Bess FM. Keep listening.
Come in, my DJ,
and give the people the information. Hear this: before a hurricane come, you have to go through a list of things where you need and things where have to fix, like your roof, your doors and your window them. Buy your nails, hooks and fasteners and fix them. Get your hammer, your pliers, your rope and your wire. Stock up with ply and a whole heap of lumber. Plastic tarpaulin and plastic bag. Kerosene stove and a coal stove. Kerosene lamp, matches and candle. Yo, trim the tree them and clean the drains. That's how you prepare before a hurricane. Be prepared. Prevention is better than cure. Better listen to FM. A message from the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management.
That no sound healthy at all. Get healthy, my friends. Stay balanced. Tune into this station, Bess FM-100, every Saturday morning, 8 o'clock to 9, for this wonderful program, Your Health Today, with me, Dr. Clarion Palmer. Yes, get healthy, get healthy, get healthy. Stay balanced. Bess FM-100, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, with me, Dr. P. Get healthy.
What should a taxi service do for you? On-time taxi service is more than just a ride to the other side of town. They offer clean and spacious vehicles, reliable service, and promise to always look out for their customers. They'll come when you call and take you where you want to go on time.
From anywhere at all. You can call us at 926-3866.
We are something special on the road.
Half a tree, one and drive, half a tree. Bossy, how we do I take taxi star?
Jano, I want to tell you, say, 2 months now, my transmission mash up, and I check everybody and can't hear nothing positive.
Yeah, hear me? Yeah, waste all that time I shop around and never call the experts. Winters Auto have them. Them have over 35 years of experience and them diagnose the problem and get back your transmission brand new. For them service excellent and efficient. Trust me, man. Yeah, hear me? Call them at 929-7040 or go to them at 106 Maxfield Avenue, Kingston 13 and talk directly to the boss. Just tell them I'm me send you.
Wow, you big star. Yeah, man, respect my boss.
Yeah, try calling, cause trust me.
Waiters Auto Spares and Repairs, good afternoon.
Ah, what a relief.
Seniors, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security is advising that the November 2022 payment under the Social Pension Program is now available for collection. Check your text messages to confirm your payment arrangements. For further information, call 876-922-8007. The Social Pension Program, caring for our elderly. A message from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, providing opportunity, stability, and social protection.
Looking to clean your vehicle super clean? 123 Clean Car Wash, located at 2 1/4 Osborne Road, Kingston 10. Entrance on Grove Road, below Tropical Battery. They wash and vacuum, undercarriage wash, engine wash, polish and compound, shampoo and detailing. Call them at 876-631-3400. 123 Clean Car Wash, the best in the business for a cleaner wash.
1, 2, 3, believe me, it's so easy. 1, 2, 3.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Hi everyone, I am your radio host, Prophetess Apostle Zania Bird, and indeed I come to you from the Faith Deliverance Lighthouse Prophetic Ministries. Yes, we are located in Ocheria, St. Anne, also in Duncan, Trelawney, letting you know that each and every Saturday I will be the prophetic voice with the prophetic wave. You can't afford to miss me. I'm going to bring you a word of hope, a word of change, and a word that will turn your life forevermore. And tune in each and every Saturday from the hour of 12 to 1. Peace, I'm out.
Hey everybody, Dr. Juliet D. Fagan here. I just want to invite you to join me on Friend of a Wounded Heart right here on Bess FM every Saturday, 1 p.m. until 2 p.m. Guess what? I'm looking forward to coming into your homes, at your workplaces, behind prison bars, at infirmaries, wherever you are. Shalom.
The Morning Connection is not your usual talk show.
We aim to stimulate discussion and chart new paths to self-empowerment. So please join us, Minett and Percy, on The Morning Connection, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Bess100 FM.
Goodness mercy, it's me again, Lord, your restorer, your game changer. Join me every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Bess FM-100. It's Apostle Clive Campbell, aka the Khaki Suit Man, coming to you from 8 to 12 Orange Street, also Richmond District, Mandeville. Embrace the change.
For discussions on health and education, inspiring interviews, surprise giveaways, your favorite songs, tune in to Bess100 FM this and every Sunday at 11:30 to 12 noon. It's Distinction 411, your weekly college magazine program hosted by James and the Distinction family. Catch you on Sunday.